Good evening, everybody. I will call to order the special meeting of the Larimer County Planning Commission of April 10th, 2024. And as we like to start our meetings with a Pledge of Allegiance, I'd ask you to join me for that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you all for being here this evening. We have a special hearing tonight with a single agenda item. We're going to go through some things first. As is the case with our typical meetings, I'd like to have the planning commissioners introduce themselves. We are all volunteers appointed by the Board of County Commissioners, and in this case, we'll be making a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners this evening. Can I start right here to my left?
Yeah, good evening. I'm Patrick Rowe. I reside in Northwest Fort Collins, and I've been on the commission for going on 3 years.
Good evening. My name is Ann Johnson. I've been on the Planning Commission for 6 years, and I'm from the Windsor area.
Hello, I'm John Slutsky. I live in southeast Fort Collins, and I've been on the commission for 2 years.
Good evening. My name is Jordana Barrick, and I live just north of Fort Collins city limits, and I've been on the Planning Commission for 4 years now.
Hi there, I'm Lisa Cholet, and I live in Wellington, Colorado, and I have been on this Planning Commission for about 4 months.
Hi all, I'm Shelby King. I live in LaPorte, and I've been on the commission since last summer.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Connor Duffy. I've been on the Planning Commission for just about 2 years now, and I reside in the Timnath area.
And my name is Bob Choate. I'm the chair this year of the Planning Commission, my 6th year, and I live near Horsetooth Reservoir. And I would ask, can we have introduction on staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Jenny Oxmacher. I am the planning manager. I am joined on the dais here tonight by our community development director, Rebecca Everett, our environmental planner, John Barnett. We also have Frank Haig from the county attorney's office. Also joining us here tonight as staff, we have Stephen Rothwell from our engineering group. We have Leah Schneider from our health department, as well as Christine Lucassen, also from the county attorney's office, as well as a few other staff that are hiding in the cheap seats, as well as joining us online. So we thank you all for your participation this evening. I'm going to go through some procedural overview. We respectfully request that all members of the public silence their electronic devices. Please help yourself to a copy of the agenda as well as the hearing procedure instructions, which are located right here if you need a copy, if you didn't grab one on your way in. And they're also posted on the website at larimer.org/BOCC/commissioners-meetings if you're joining us online. For the hearing procedures tonight, for each discussion item tonight, we'll begin with a presentation from county staff, followed by a presentation from the applicant with time for any clarifying questions from the commissioners. There will then be an opportunity for any members of the public to address the commission with their comments on the matter. Please sign up if you wish to make a public comment tonight, and the chair has implemented a 2-minute time limit for questions or comments tonight. Both the applicant and county staff will have the opportunity to respond to any questions or concerns raised during the public testimony. The commission will then ask any remaining questions of the applicant or staff before entering into deliberation and working towards a decision on the matter. During public comment, please wait to speak until recognized by the chair. Please maintain civility, refraining from any audience applause, comments, or disruptions, whether positive or negative. Please direct all comments to the commissioners from the podium. A public microphone is available if needed. Please state your name at the beginning of your comments and provide the spelling if your name is uncommon. Please speak directly into the microphone so that the remote participants joining us online may also hear. For hybrid meeting attendees, you will be muted until that you are recognized by the chair. If an online attendee wishes to speak or request a consent item to be removed, please use the raise hand function on the Zoom control bar. Upon request, assisted listening devices are available for the hearing impaired. We just have one agenda item on the discussion agenda tonight. And if the planning commissioners has a legal question during the hearing, they may elect to go into an executive session with the county attorney. Executive sessions are private meetings where the board can get confidential legal advice. So rather than asking everyone in attendance to exit the hearing room, the board will relocate to a smaller private room. With that, I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Axmaker. The next thing on our agenda is public comment on the county land use code or regarding relevant land use matters that are not on today's agenda or expected on future proposals. So this is an opportunity for you to provide public comment on anything land use related that is not the application in front of us today and is not an application we're going to hear in the future. Are there any persons in the room who would like to provide public comment in that limit? Seeing none, is there anybody online?
If you're online and wish to make a comment on anything that's not on the agenda this evening, please use the raised hand function. Seeing none?
All right, thank you. We'll move on to our discussion item tonight. The Thornton Water Pipeline, Thornton Water Project, Segment F, 1041 permit file number 23, zone 3584. And we have Mr. Barnett I think we're starting with Ms. Everett.
Chair, before we start with that, I need to disclose that the organization that I work for gave a philanthropic grant to an organization called the Freshwater Trust to create a tool that maps some water ditches and agricultural land in the Poudre River. And I received no benefit from it. The organization that I work for received no financial benefit from it, and so I do not expect it to compromise my decision.
Thank you very much. And I apologize for not giving you that notice ahead of time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As was stated, I'm Rebecca Everett, Community Development Director. I have a few slides here to just set the context for the hearing tonight and mention what the procedures will look like and explain a little bit more about 1041 regulations. And then John Barnett, our environmental planner, will introduce the application and provide staff's analysis of it. So to begin, I want to explain a little bit about 1041 regulations. These are a type of regulation that exists within our land use code. These regulations, these powers are given to us by Colorado state statute, and it gives local governments the authority to regulate matters that may cross into multiple jurisdictions or have regional impacts or otherwise be of statewide concern. That includes the development of regional transportation and utility infrastructure, and can also be used to protect specific geographic areas that are designated to have historic, cultural or natural significance. Within Larimer County, the 1041 regulations were first adopted in 2008 and included a list of activities that were regulated. In 2009, water and sewer transmission lines were added to the list of activities that are regulated. And in 2010, large solar facilities were added. In 2022, there was a more significant rewrite of the 1041 regulations that added additional review criteria and revised the review criteria that were in place, as well as adding highways and interchanges to the list of activities that could be regulated. One thing I want to note, previously, the 1041 regulations for Larimer County had an option in place for an applicant to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with Larimer County in place of a 1041 permit. That option is no longer permissible and is no longer included within our regulations. Just a quick snapshot of the types of activities that are regulated. The item that is before us tonight is a water transmission pipeline, but there are several other types of large-scale utility, transportation, and other types of activities that are regulated under the 1041 regulations. So the purpose of our meeting tonight is to provide a public hearing for the Thornton Water Project segment that crosses through Larimer County, which also includes an opportunity for public input. The Planning Commission is not the final decision maker, but instead will make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners at one of their hearings. And the Board of County Commissioners will in turn make the final decision on this application. The procedure tonight will begin with this introduction, followed by staff's presentation, then a presentation by the applicant team. At that point, public testimony will be opened and public comment will be taken. Following public comment, after everyone who wishes to comment has had the opportunity, there will be time for the applicant to provide any rebuttal to public comment, as well as an opportunity for staff to respond to any public comments or to the applicant's rebuttal. At any time during this hearing, the planning commissioners may ask questions to clarify. They may ask questions of staff, of the applicant, or in response to public testimony, but there is dedicated time after all of those other proceedings for additional questions that may lead into then deliberation and a decision. This item may or may not be decided in the hearing tonight. The Planning Commission has 2 additional dates set aside to potentially continue this hearing if needed. So they may arrive at a final decision tonight, or they may continue the item to a future hearing date. And we have the 2 dates that are set aside are tomorrow night, April 11th, as well as next Wednesday, a week from today, April 17th. So that's an overview of what you'll see tonight, and possibly into the additional hearing dates. So now I will introduce John Barnett, our environmental planner, who will provide the bulk of the staff presentation.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Rebecca. I'm going to present a fairly quick overview. It'll take some time because this is actually a fairly complicated application. And I know that the Thornton team and then also will have quite a bit of information that they want to present. And I know there are quite a few members of the public here tonight who would like to be heard. So I will attempt to be as quick as I reasonably can. And I will leave out some detail, but if there are questions, I've got all the detail as backup. So the request tonight is for a 1041 permit for an activity of state interest pursuant to Article 10 of the Larimer County Land Use Code for a 10.4 mile, 42-inch diameter water transmission line with appurtenances and a 10,000 square foot pump house. The proposed segment F is located in Larimer County. It's part of an approximately 70-mile water transmission line from Water Supply and Storage Reservoir number 3 to the West Brown Water Treatment Plant and an adjacent raw water storage reservoir in the city of Thornton. The Thornton Water Project is intended to convey up to 14,000 acre-feet of water per year at its capacity and of up to 40 million gallons per day of water. In 1996, Thornton litigated water rights and obtained a degree to change certain agricultural water to municipal use, and that water has been diverted for over 100 years from the Poudre River at the Jackson Ditch diversion, which is a little bit above the Risk Canyon Road, and possibly also the Water Supply and Storage diversion, which is about a half mile above the road that connects 287 with Morning Fresh Dairy. So Thornton is not proposing to divert any more water. 1041 permits, in fact, are named for House Bill 1041, passed by the Colorado legislature in 1974, that authorizes local governments to consider matters of statewide interest. The general purpose of 1041 permits is to facilitate the identification, designation, and regulation of areas or activities of statewide interest in a way that's consistent with applicable statutory requirement. The site selection and Can you get rid of this? Okay, thank you. Site selection and development of newer existing extended domestic water or sewer transmission lines which are contained within new permanent easements greater than 30 feet or within new permanent easements greater than 20 feet that are adjacent to existing utilities are subject to Larimer County's 1041 regulations. So that makes this particular water transmission line subject to Larimer County's 1041 regulations. The applicant is Brett Henry, Executive Director of Utilities and Infrastructure with the City of Thornton at 12450 Washington Street in Thornton, Colorado. The staff contacts are John Barnett, me, Stephen Rothwell, and Leah Schneider with Health. Public notice was provided by posting in the officially designated area of Larimer County Courthouse no less than 24 hours in advance of the hearing, posting on the larimer.org website, a newspaper publication in the Coloradoan on March 1st, and first-class mailing to 346 property owners within 500 feet of the proposed Thornton water project. And this map shows the area that was included in that notice. The development area, the area of the permanent easement, is approximately 63 acres. That's a 50-wide easement for approximately 55,000 feet, or 10.4 miles. And then there's a temporary construction easement that adds 40 feet, or approximately another 50 acres. The pump station includes a 10,000 square foot building occupying 6.2 acres owned by Water Supply and Storage Company. So that would be a total of 119.2 acres, more or less. The existing land use for the project or surrounding the project is primarily agriculture and rural residential. The surrounding use is primarily agriculture and rural residential. The proposed land use is a 42-inch water transmission line with a 10,000 square foot pump station and necessary support appurtenances. Thornton evaluated a number of alternatives, going from various and sundry reservoirs on the west end to two different locations where it would meet up with the Weld County line and would meet up with the next segment downstream. They selected a number of criteria, and a number of people, residents in the area, were involved in that in public meetings and surveys that the City of Thornton did. And they developed a series of criteria that they used to evaluate and develop selection criteria. One of the interesting things that they did is recognizing that they wanted to be further from houses. They actually used a multiplier on the houses that were in proximity of the line. So this was the alternative that they selected, going from water supply and storage reservoir number 3 across overland, across Highway 1, and then down to County Road 56, following County Road 56 eastward to the Burlington Northern Railroad, then south to a half-mile south of County Road 54, and then again east across country, and then south to County Road 52 and east to the Weld County line. The question before the Planning Commission tonight and through this hearing is, does the Thornton Water Project, Segment F, as presented in this application and in this hearing, meet the criteria in the Larimer County Land Use Code with or without reasonable conditions attached? Let's keep in mind that the water rights were approved in 1996, and no new water is being diverted with that. So zooming in a little closer, this is on the left is water supply and storage reservoir number 3, And then the blue is, or the teal, I guess you'd call it, is the depiction of the pump facility. And then there's a broad blue line and a broad purple line parallel to that. The blue line represents the 50-foot permanent easement, and the purple line represents the 40-foot temporary easement. And it may be hard to see on the screen, but in the center of the blue permanent easement, it shows the actual water line itself. So as we begin to move downstream along the line from the upper end downstream, we see the green line with yellow on both sides of it. The green is a permanent access road which exists now. The yellow would be widened to provide construction access going in to be able to move pipe in along the proposed pipeline. The orange line is a power line easement to provide power to the pump station. Moving downstream, we get another view of it. And then we see the line coming down, crossing Route 1, and then extending to the southeast toward County Road 56. Here it comes down to County Road 56. Let me go back up here. This is looking upstream on the top, up along that corridor. And then the lower photograph is looking downstream to the southeast across essentially that meadow or open field. The line comes out at County Road 56 and extends along the north side of it. And we see the landscape along that route. And there are wetlands just upstream from County Road 56. And then County Road 13 comes into an intersection, and it's kind of a pinch point. So the proposed pipeline then goes under County Road 56 for some length, some distance, to avoid getting too close to the reservoir and also too close to this house. So the photograph in the lower left shows, looking toward the intersection, you can see a little bit of County Road 13, and then a couple of blue spruces in the yard. And then on the left is the reservoir. Extending to the east, as there's more space available, the proposed pipeline would come out from under the roadway and follow along County Road 56. You'll notice at some points the temporary easement is divided on both sides of the permanent easement. Extending still further east, we see the line avoiding some of the awkward places in ditches, and extending still further east and still further. And then it comes to the Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad. So this, the top photograph is looking west, the bottom photograph is looking south along the east side of the railroad where the proposed pipeline would be located. And looking north and south from County Road 54. And then about a half mile south of County Road 54, the proposed pipeline turns east, crosses I-25 and jogs around some farm improvements or rural housing, extends east, goes around a wetland, and then south along an irrigation lateral to County Road 52, goes east and avoids improvements by going under the road, and then further east and again avoids improvements. And then the end of Larimer County's portion of the project is the Larimer-Weld County line. There are 22 general criteria that must be met, and they can be divided into 10 themes. And those themes are resources of state and national significance, neighborhoods and property, environmental resources, public safety, county planning and intergovernmental agreements. Article 4, which is development standards, and I'll go into that a little more later. Adequate public facilities and services, environmental health and hazards, response to referral agencies, and then the technical and financial feasibility of the project and project mitigation. So for resources of state and national significance, there'd be no adverse impact on sites, no significant impact on natural resources of statewide significance, including critical habitat of threatened and endangered species. For projects affecting cultural resources, we would be looking for a design to preserve the integrity of the resource, compatibility with preservation of the resource and minimization of damage, no significant effect on adjacent land use, neighborhoods, rural development, or adjacent natural resources. And then the project will mitigate impacts to property held by others. For visual resources, no interference with public views of scenic view sheds, ridge lines, or vistas, riparian tree canopies, or unique land formations, or whatever the interference there is has been mitigated. No undue degradation, no undue degradation of the quality or quantity of recreational opportunities and experience. Consistent with applicable intergovernmental agreements. Considered reasonable siting and design alternatives, including, and that's that the applicant has considered, co-location when requested by Larimer County, or why alternatives are not available or feasible, and the project is the best alternative available based on consistency with the comprehensive plan, land use code, need, existing technology, cost, and impact on the site and surrounding property. Projects that impact public conservation lands are strongly discouraged on public conservation lands. If resources, natural or cultural or agriculture, scenic or recreation values of equal or greater value might exist in the surrounding non-conserved lands, the county may consider permitting 1041 projects on public conservation lands. Environmental stewardship, based on principles of resource stewardship and conservation, energy efficiency, recycling or reuse, adaptive management, and conservation of mitigation strategies for forests and water, soil and other natural resources, and then mitigation of impacts on rivers. First, avoidance. Second, minimization. Third, mitigate impacts that do occur. The project complies with growth, development, environmental, and mitigation policies in the comprehensive plan and regulations in Article 4, and that again is the development standards, to ensure that it has mitigated the impacts to the extent that it's possible. Article 4 development standards include air quality, surface water quality, stream and river health, groundwater quality, ecological and functional health of wetlands and riparian areas, terrestrial and aquatic animal life, terrestrial and aquatic plant life, soils and geologic conditions, and visual quality. Adequate public facilities include no adverse impact on the capability of local government to provide services, not exceeding capacity. Adequate public facilities including water and wastewater treatment capacity. And then environmental health and hazards, no significant impact on public health and safety. The proposed project will not be subject to risk of significant damage or harm to human life or structures from natural hazards. and the proposed project will not result in unreasonable risk or release of hazardous material. And then responses to referral agencies, recommendations of staff and referral agencies have been addressed and considered. Mitigation of construction impacts to county roads, bridges, and related facilities. Construction access will be regraded and revegetated to minimize environmental impacts. Technical and financial feasibility of the project. The proposal is technically and financially feasible. The applicant has the expertise and financial capacity to develop and operate the proposed project. The benefits of physical improvements, enhanced services, or environmental impacts outweigh the loss of natural resources and agricultural lands. The application demonstrates that the costs to mitigate the proposed project are proportional to the benefits achieved from mitigation. Why do we do conditions on approval? We do them to bridge the gap between the project and criteria, to clarify how the project is implemented and operated, and to guide our technical review process, which comes after the 1041 permit is granted. Where do the conditions come from? Well, there are 4 internal referral departments that provide that information. There were 15 outside referral agencies that responded to our request for comment, for a total of 19 referral agencies providing comments. The conditions, there are 75 conditions on the approval, and just to give you an outline, and I do have these in slides, but they occupy 26 slides, and it would put us all to sleep if I tried to go through them all in detail. But if people want that, I could do it. For general conditions, we have 12, and then for health conditions, there are 3 that relate to noise, 3 that relate to the project, to fugitive dust emissions in project construction, 5 that relate to project construction corridor noise, and 5 that relate to utility infrastructure. For engineering conditions, there's 1 that refers to the design and alignment, 12 that refer to construction, 6 that refer to transportation and access, 2 that refer to drainage and erosion control, 1 that refers to surface water quality and stream health, and 1 that deals with floodplain permits. There are also oops, I duplicated a slide. There's also 4 that relate to post-construction requirements, closeout operation and maintenance, and then 16 that relate to vegetation conditions, and 2 that relate to culture and historic conditions. And then assuming that the project is approved, then the next step is technical review. And at that point, we would be dealing with final engineering design of on-site and off-site improvements. Conditions would be implemented. Utility conflicts would be worked out. Then the applicant would prepare mitigation designs, obtain necessary construction permits, negotiate development agreements if those are necessary, and secure financial guarantees if those are necessary. Once the technical review is done, then permits are issued, 2 by the federal government, that would be for waters of the U.S., if any, would be Section 404 wetland permits, and also dredge and fill in waters of the U.S. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service permits related to threatened and endangered species, and the Migratory Bird Treaty. State permits would include stormwater discharge, air quality, and contaminated soils. Colorado Parks and Wildlife would include threatened and endangered species. The Colorado Department of Transportation would include right-of-way and access permits. Local permits include floodplain permits, MS4, which is sanitary storm sewer separation. Did I get that right? And also right-of-way permits and access permits at the county level. County Environmental Health administers the state permits locally. And then county planning would be dealing with wetlands, landscaping, and other miscellaneous conditions. So, as we reviewed this over the last 3 months, 4 months, we have addressed issues and concerns with conditions of approval, including mitigations of impacts, revegetation, and restoration of the site. We will be following any approval that might be given with a technical review that will be pretty intensive. Once constructed, there should be few long-term impacts to the surrounding area from the Thornton Water Project itself. The project is anticipated to have minimal impact on adjacent properties with the recommended conditions. The Thornton Water Project corridor is primarily surrounded by agriculture, irrigation reservoirs, and large acreage residential properties. With the proposed conditions of approval in place, this application meets the review criteria for a water transmission pipeline. Most public comments received to date, and those have been sent out with the packet, relate to the concerns about the polluter, which are not the result of the proposed Thornton Water Project. Therefore, the Development Services team finds that the request for the Thornton Water Project meets the criteria found in Section 10.9 and 10.10.4 of the Larimer County Land Use Code, subject to the proposed conditions of approval, which are intended to ensure compliance with referral agency comments. Therefore, the Development Services team recommends approval of the Thornton Water Project 1041 permit. That's file number 23-ZONE3584, subject to the conditions as outlined in the staff report. And I do have a recommended motion if Planning Commission wants to make that later after the hearing. So with that, I am concluding my staff report presentation.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll have lots of opportunity to ask questions and discuss, but are there any clarifying questions right now for Mr. Barnett? Seeing none, all right. Applicant, come on up. Please state your name for the record so everyone in the room knows who you are, and we're glad to hear your comments. I understand you have a presentation.
Mr. Chair, while they're getting our presentation up, I'd like to request that we might be allowed up to an hour to deliver this presentation. I know the guideline given us was 45 minutes. We have cut and cut and cut. And I fear that if we stick strictly to the 45, we might cut out some really important information.
Well, let's start with 45 and then see if we think that there's more to be heard in an additional 15 minutes. I'm not saying no, but we have a lot of people in the room. I want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to hear. But let's try to go for 45, and if you need some more time, we'll probably give it to you.
Very well, thank you. When we get to that point, I'll tell you what topic we will be cutting, and then you can decide if you'd like to hear it as part of the presentation or ask a question about it later.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Good evening, Mr. Chair, commissioners, members of county staff, members of the public. My name is Carolyn White. I'm with the Brownstein Law Firm, and I'm part of the legal team representing the city of Thornton in this 1041 application. We're pleased to present to you tonight our application for the Thornton Water Pipeline, and it's my pleasure to introduce to you the rest of the team and the outline of how we're going to orchestrate our presentation for this evening. Todd Barnes, Thornton's Communications Director, will begin the presentation with an overview of the project approach. He'll be followed by Emily Hunt, the Deputy Utilities Director. She will be discussing the partner outreach and an introduction to the project. Todd will then walk the commission through the decision-making framework that Thornton used to select the alignment that is being proposed tonight as the preferred alignment, as well as a brief description of the project itself, the various components that make up the pipeline project. I will then provide a brief discussion of the proposed mitigation efforts, the expert reports, the criteria, and the conditions of approval, as well as the legal framework. Emily will then, nope, we're skipping that part. Emily will then hold off on speaking to you about the potential public benefits involved. And finally, I'll discuss why now is a critical time for this project to be approved and provide a brief recap and conclusion of our presentation. I want to mention who we have in attendance tonight to answer your questions, even though not everyone I will mention is part of our formal presentation. We have with us Tammy Yellico, Thornton's City Attorney. We have Brett Henry, the Executive Director of Utilities and Infrastructure, and also Thornton's Interim City Manager. We have our engineering team from Jacobs Engineering. We have our environmental consultant team from ERO. And all of these folks are available to answer questions at the appropriate time. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Todd Barnes for the first segment of our presentation.
Thank you, Carolyn. Good evening, Planning Commission, county staff, members of the public. My name is Todd Barnes, and I am the Communications Director for the City of Thornton, as Carolyn mentioned. And we want to thank you for the opportunity to present how Thornton's 2023 application for a 1041 permit for a 10.4-mile pipeline meets Larimer County's 1041 criteria. Now, the last time we came before this board, we presented information strictly just as an engineering project, which needed to meet your 1041 criteria. We learned through that process that what we needed was a greater focus on the impacts to people, not just the land that would be disturbed by installing a pipeline. With a different focus this time, we can tell you there is a lot we did differently. Communication first and foremost. In fact, other than the court-designated water diversion point remaining the same, most of the significant aspects of the project you are seeing are different. Here's a look at the significant changes our application provided this time. Last time, we had a pipeline corridor which had a wide area that the pipeline could be sited within. This time, we have given the county a precise alignment. Last time, the pump station was located on a resident's property near Douglas Road. The pump station this time has been moved to Whisk property, Water Supply and Storage Company property, 2 miles north and a half mile away from the nearest residence. The pipeline corridor last time was nearly 27 miles long. This time it's 10.4 miles long. Significant traffic impacts with the new one have been avoided. 22 properties are crossed by construction this time, and last time the project had the potential to impact 55 to 114 properties. And all affected property owners have been directly contacted by the City of Thornton. Thornton reviewed its last 1041 process, purposely looking for opportunities to use what we learned during that process. For those who may not know, there were numerous public meetings associated with a facilitated community working group that was established, as well as individual meetings with property owners. After reviewing the information, we worked with an independent outside firm called Keating Research to develop a survey and some questions, and then perform a survey with the Larimer County residents within the study area. Thornton wanted the survey feedback to provide us guidance for the development of selection criteria for siting of the pipeline and the pump station, as well as what the community believed were the construction impacts that they wanted to be as minimal as possible. Thornton sent letters in April of 2023 to 409 Larimer County residents and landowners located in a very wide area where the previous alignment for the pipeline was proposed, and virtually every area nearby where it was even possible to site the pipeline. The letter provided background about the project and provided a link for people to use to take an online survey, which was offered in English and Spanish. The survey asked questions designed to elicit feedback regarding the preferred route for the pipeline placement, length of the pipeline, construction timeframes, construction traffic impacts, impacts to private property, and impacts of construction and impacts to the environment. The results you can see here on the slide. What we heard from people in the project vicinity is that impacts to private property should be as minimal as possible and affect as few properties as possible. Concerns about impacts to traffic patterns are also a top priority. The speed of construction, getting it done as quickly as possible, is a priority, and trying to co-locate the project with already approved Northern Integrated Supply Project, commonly called NISP, whenever possible. These were all factors we integrated into the design and decision process moving forward. Thornton also held 2 open houses in Lerma County. The first open house was at CSU's RDEC on August 15th, 2023, and the second was at the Fort Collins Hilton on August 21st, 2023. A total of 184 people attended the open houses. Thornton found these meetings to be very helpful. Here's a short video to show you about the open houses. We'd like to take one more opportunity to thank everybody that came to the open houses. They were extremely helpful for us in the design and siting of the project, and we really valued the feedback we got from them. But to be clear, we also understand that some people do not support our project, and that is fine. But we also think it's important for you to know that we made purposeful efforts on multiple occasions to sit down and listen to and talk with opponents of the project. There was an effort to find common ground and understanding. We think it is important to note that while Thornton has brought the significant changes to our project, which I mentioned earlier, despite our engagement efforts, opponents of the project have not provided any viable new ideas, and in fact continue to push one concept which the Colorado Court of Appeals said cannot be required of Thornton, does not meet the project's purpose and need, degrades the water, and therefore is not reasonable. An important reminder also is that Thornton's water project does not degrade the volume of water in the Poudre River or degrade the water quality of the Poudre River. So let's talk more specifically about our project. Like all of our communities along the Front Range, Thornton is growing and struggling to keep up with demands for affordable and attainable housing, and as such needs the water it owns in the Water Supply and Storage Company reservoirs. This water has been planned to be part of Thornton's water portfolio since it was purchased in the mid-1980s. Thornton specifically sought this water because of its quality, which is very important to Thornton because it will significantly help us address some of the challenges facing the city with its current water supplies. Also, we know that all water providers seek water supplies that provide for the best health and well-being for their communities. Thornton is seeking to build one pipeline, and the water it transports will meet our municipal needs through at least 2065. Taking a look now at the whole Thornton Water Project, you can see the scope. 85% of the pipeline is either in place, under construction, or in design. Authorization to complete the project has been obtained from all counties and municipalities in segments A, B, C, D, and E. And zooming into section F, Lerma County, we can see the last 10.4 mile segment of Thornton's 70-mile pipeline is what is before you today. Now I'd like to bring up Emily Hunt, our Deputy Director of Utilities, who will discuss the outreach our team did with key partners and property owners.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Emily Hunt. I'm the Deputy Utilities Director at the City of Thornton. After the survey, it was clear that we needed to have some early conversations with the water supply and storage company, Northern Water, and ultimately specific landowners who would be directly impacted by the alignments that we were considering. As Todd mentioned, the survey indicated that the community wanted us to locate the pump station where it wouldn't impact private landowners. We worked with WISC to identify possible pump station locations shown on this map by the blue stars. And you can see that 3 of the options that we came up with were located either on WISC property, which is shown in pink, or the Thornton property, which is shown in green. We also heard from both the county and the community that they wanted us to consider co-locating with NISP where possible. And the most recent NISP alignment as of March 2024 can be seen in the pink hashed lines on the map there. So we reached out to Northern Water to begin discussing the opportunities and challenges that might occur with co-locating our pipeline with NISP. And finally, following the community open houses, we began to develop our various pipeline routes. At this point, I attempted to reach out personally to all of the landowners along the potential alignments. The map on this slide shows the preferred alignment we ultimately selected. It's kind of in yellow there. But before we made that final selection, which impacts only 22 properties, like Todd mentioned, 100% of the landowners had been contacted. On this slide, you can see the ownership of the properties within Thornton's preferred alignment. I personally communicated with all but 3 of these landowners. A few of them are actually here tonight, or their representatives. And the 3 landowners that I couldn't communicate with, I sent letters to. I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the property owners, especially those that I met with in person. It was very helpful to walk their properties with them, hear their concerns. I'm grateful for their time and feedback, and the open dialogue gave us really important input as we created our alignments. But most importantly, it opened up some lines of communication, which we intend to nurture and respect, even when the conversations might get difficult. So next, I'd like to address some of the fundamental inputs into the development of our pipeline route alternatives that aren't changing. You heard Todd speak about several things that have changed, but there are also key elements of our project that are not changing, and that's mainly because they can't change. These include Thornton's reasons for constructing the project, as well as the water rights that Thornton owns that are the source of the supply of the project. And one very key thing that's not changing, and it's already been brought up a couple times tonight, is that Thornton's project will not take any additional water out of the Poudre River. I'll explain each of these points in a little more detail. So Thornton's current water supply is at its limits, and this long planned for supply from the Thornton Water Project is necessary to implement our comprehensive plan, which includes providing affordable and attainable housing to Coloradans. Thornton, like Larimer County, has a duty to protect the health and welfare of our residents. And as a water provider, we have the additional responsibility to provide our residents with safe drinking water. And water providers typically do this by using the highest quality source water that they can find. Thornton's current South Platte supply has significantly degraded water quality, including the presence of so-called forever chemicals, or PFAS. As the water is treated by Thornton's treatment plants, our drinking water always meets or exceeds Safe Drinking Water Act standards, and we invest in advanced technology to ensure that that will always be the case. But treating a degraded source of supply poses a greater risk to public health, and it's environmentally costly, requiring significantly more energy and chemicals than conventional water treatment. The high-quality water from the Thornton Water Project will be blended with our existing supply in order to improve the overall quality of our source water. Finally, the additional water provided by the project will just help improve our overall system resiliency and drought reliability. The other element of this project that's not changing is the source of water, or the water rights, which John actually talked a bit about. I bring this up because during our last proceeding, there was quite a bit of confusion and discussion about Thornton's water rights. The source of the water for the Thornton Water Project are the water supply and storage company shares that were purchased by Thornton in the mid-1980s, specifically to meet the objectives that I just described. In 1987, Thornton applied to the Water Court for approval to use our whisk shares for drinking water in Thornton. We spent more than a decade in Water Court, including a trip to the Colorado Supreme Court, to get the legal right to use the water that we purchased. In 1998, all of the parties to the court case agreed to a water court decree, which outlines exactly how Thornton is allowed to use its water, as well as all of the obligations that we have to meet to ensure that other water users and the Poudre River are not injured by Thornton's use of these whisk shares. The ruling in Thornton's decree has also been relied upon by guidance for other water providers who've purchased whisk shares for drinking water. In fact, the Newt 3 pipeline that was recently approved by Larimer County will be used in part to transport whisk shares owned by the East Larimer County Water District and the North Weld Water Districts. Newt 3 was the first water project approved under Larimer County's revised 1041 regulations, and as was appropriate, the Commission focused its review on the impact of the Newt 3 pipeline to Larimer County residents and not the water rights or the source of supply. So relevant to our discussion here tonight is the location of the Poudre River, where Thornton's water is removed from the river. This is known as the point of diversion. The point of the diversion for the Water Supply and Storage Company water shares is the Larimer County Canal, which you can see is located upstream of the city of Fort Collins. This is the same location where WISC has diverted power, rhodium power flow. Okay. How's that? Okay, thanks. This is the same location where WISC has diverted its water since the late. How's that? Okay, thank you. The Water Court specifically stated that the point of diversion of Thornton's WISC shares will continue to be at the Larimer County Canal. The quality of Thornton's water rights were upheld by the Court of Appeals in 2022 when it said that the changes to a Water Court decree, specifically a change in the point of diversion, are in the exclusive jurisdiction of the Colorado Water Courts and are beyond the purview of a 1041 proceeding. As I mentioned, Thornton's water will continue to be diverted by WISC from the Poudre into the Larimer County Canal, which is the exact location that's happened for the past 130 years. Also, and it's critical that the Commission and the community understand this, Thornton's project will not increase the amount of water that is removed from the Poudre. In fact, even Save the Poudre, who has been one of the biggest challengers to our project over the years, has acknowledged this fact. So after WISC diverts its water from the Poudre, it flows into the Larimer County Canal and can be stored at several reservoirs that WISC owns that are adjacent to the canal. A key feature of Thornton's project is using the existing WISC system infrastructure. It's at one of these reservoirs where Thornton's project begins. This is known as the withdrawal point and is where a raw water pump station will be constructed to move the water from the WISC reservoirs into the Thornton pipeline. So now we'll move to the development of the pipeline alternatives and the decision-making framework that we use to select our preferred alternative. And to do that, I'll have Todd Barnes come back up.
That one, got it. Thank you. I'm going to start with a high-level overview of how Thornton came to select its preferred alignment. As we've discussed, our process began with an analysis of the feedback from the public survey, open houses, and in-person meetings. 10 possible alignments were identified which met Thornton's 3 core requirements: purpose and need, using a WISC reservoir, and can be transported via pipeline to connection point in Weld County. We then developed 12 selection factors that would be used to evaluate each of the 10 alignments. These selection factors were informed by the community feedback, a review of the selection factors used by Newt 3 and NISP, both of which were approved by Larimer County, and Larimer County's land use code. We then used a decision model to evaluate each alignment against the site selection factors. In the model, the factors were weighted based on what Larimer County residents indicated was most important to them. This analysis resulted in the preferred alignment we are presenting. That's the overview. Now let's drill down into each topic area. First, let's discuss the community feedback we received. This chart shows what is most important to Larimer County residents. During construction, impacts to private property owners along the pipeline route need to be minimized. Next, the location of the pump station was of significant concern. Following that, the impacts to traffic during construction and ultimately impacting as few private properties as possible. Finally, residents emphasized the need to complete construction as quickly as possible to co-locate with NISP and minimize the overall length of the pipeline. Now, I'd like to take a minute to describe how we arrived at the decision to move the withdrawal point to Whisk Reservoir number 3. You can see up there that was one of the maps that we had at the open houses, and we had these large-scale maps everywhere laid out on tables so people could come up and actually write on them and give us their feedback. You can see the no's and the yeses. The yeses are all around Whisk Reservoir number 3 for the most part, and no around Whisk Reservoir number 4 and Clover Reservoir. So with all these considerations in mind, 10 alternatives were mapped out. Of the 10, 4 accessed water from pump station sites at Whisk Reservoir number 3, which was resoundingly preferred by the community. All alignments can meet one of the 2 identified connection points with the Weld pipeline. Most of the alternatives co-located with NISP in several stretches of the pipeline because this was important to the community, but also specifically requested for consideration by Larimer County. All of these alternatives meet the purpose and need of high-quality water. So now we have our options. How did we come up with the site selection factors? Of course, we start with the Larimer County Land Use Code, and then we look to what Larimer County had previously approved with water delivery systems for Newt 3 and NISP. This culminated in the 12 site selection factors we used to evaluate the 10 alignments. These site selection factors are weighted based on Larimer County residents' preference and inclusion of the Land Use Code criteria. Here they are in order of importance. Construction impacts to private property, pump station impacts to private property, fewest number of private property owners impacted, traffic impacts, duration of construction, co-location with NISP, operation and maintenance of the project, environmental impacts, crossing conservation easements, location within right-of-way, cultural resources such as historical or archaeological or paleontological resources, and avoiding hazard areas. The result of this analysis is the preferred alignment we are proposing. The preferred alignment locates the pump station at Whisk Reservoir number 3, impacts only 17 property owners, not including Whisk and Thornton properties, is the least impactful to traffic because it minimizes the need for construction in rights-of-way, co-locates with NISP, which is indicated by the pink hashed line up there, creates minimal impacts to wildlife and the environment. Now that we've discussed how we develop the preferred alignment, I'll review the source water connection and pump station siting. This slide shows the preferred alignment as it connects to the source water pump station at Whisk Reservoir number 3. With consultation from Whisk, we chose to change the location of the source water connection in response to community feedback. The pump station will have an estimated capacity of 40 million gallons per day and will be constructed adjacent to the Whisk Reservoir number 3 on property owned by Whisk. The closest residence to the pump station is approximately a half a mile away. The pump station will be approximately 10,000 square feet in size. The pump station will not include a diesel generator. The pump is powered by an all-electric system. How the pump station will actually look from the outside is yet to be determined, but all of the infrastructure associated with the pump station is located on the inside. Pump stations can be designed in a variety of ways. The next slides are going to be all pump stations, not homes. These photos show you some examples of how they can look based on the design, and Thornton is committed during the design process that we will consult with Larimer County as well as reach out to neighbors in the area to gather input on what they believe is important in the design of the architecture for the pump station. Given the size of the proposed pump station, these next series of slides provide renderings of what the pump station will look like from different points of view. This first slide shows the view of the pump station at eye level from the nearest residence southwest and across Whisk Reservoir number 3. The next one from the backyard of the nearest Eagle Lake residence. The top of the roof is visible just above the hill. The next slide shows the pump station from the north end of Eagle Lake Drive. From this location, the pump water station is actually behind the hill, and that white hashed mark right there is where the pump station would actually be, but behind the hill. Finally, this slide shows the view of the pump station from the nearest residence. This structure that you see in the foreground is an existing outbuilding, and the roof line of the pump is just barely visible at this location. Thornton also wanted to provide Larimer County residents an opportunity to experience an operational pump station. So just last month, Thornton hosted tours of operating pump stations located in Thornton. The tours were open to the public, and notice was provided by posting the tours on thorntonwaterproject.com, as well as mailing postcard invitations to the 105 residents within the vicinity of the proposed pump station. Only one Larimer County resident and 3 Larimer County staff members took us up on the tour, and we were happy to provide them with a firsthand look at how it operates and what it's like on the inside and the outside. Thornton also commissioned a sound study that modeled the expected noise of the pump station operation over the existing ambient noise of the area. The study clearly demonstrated that the pump station will comply with all local noise ordinances. Now let's move to the pipeline itself. As we've discussed, the pipeline will be buried for its entire length. There are literally tens of thousands of miles of buried pipeline throughout Colorado. You likely don't even know that these pipelines exist because the ground has been completely restored once construction is complete and operations are underway. I've just provided a very high overview of the facilities associated with the project. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Carolyn, who will describe how the project complies with Larimer County's 1041 regulation and the Larimer County's comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Commissioners. First, just briefly, some administrative matters. We'd like to formally request that the PowerPoint presentation and the videos embedded in it be included into the record, as well as the 2 handouts that were provided earlier, which I'm going to speak to momentarily.
Thank you.
So turning now to how Thornton has met the 1041 criteria in the land use code. I'm going to go through and summarize a few of what we think are some of the key criteria, but before we do that, we do think it's important that we're all on the same page about what are the legal parameters, the legal framework of this decision before you. A lot has happened since the last time Thornton sought approval for a pipeline through Larimer County. And one of the most important things that happened, of course, is that we all took a trip to the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Appeals clarified for both Larimer County and the city of Thornton what is and isn't in the jurisdiction of the water court and what is and isn't part of the 1041 process. We know you have your own counsel who probably has already very capably advised you on this, but we think it's important that we say on the record and for your benefit, from Thornton's perspective, what we see the parameters are. As noted by staff several times in their presentation and in the staff report, the water court has exclusive jurisdiction over where water is diverted from the Poudre River, and how it's used. And those things are not part of this application. So the down the river arguments that were such a big part of the conversation the last time we appeared before Larimer County are simply not an appropriate part of the conversation any longer, or ever were. And contrary to some of the comments you have received, there is no Poudre River option. That is simply not a choice that is available. Nor can the county consider whether or not Thornton has evaluated a Poudre River option. The Court of Appeals was very clear about that. So this proposed application changes nothing about the water court decree. It does not change the point of diversion. It does not change the amount of water. It does not change how that water is going to be used. Everything as it relates to the Poudre River stays exactly the same. This application has no impact on the Poudre River, and that is simply not a consideration. And Thornton is not asking for Larimer County to relieve it of any of its obligations under the water decree, of which there are many. So the task you have before you is to look at all this evidence and determine whether or not the proposed segment F, which is really just the pump station and the pipeline, meets the 1041 regulations in Larimer County's code. So we're going to talk through the criteria here in just a moment. I wanted to just highlight for you some of the technical reports that are in the record in support of our application demonstrating that the criteria are met. They're listed here on this slide. Not going to go through all of them. They're lengthy, they're detailed, they're technical. We do have many of our technical experts here to answer questions if you'd like to delve into them in any more detail. But in essence, all of these reports conclude that there will be virtually no permanent long-term impacts on land, on the environment, on property, on rivers, on wetlands. All the impacts that are evaluated as part of this pipeline will be temporary, short-term, during construction only. And so we have really focused on as one of the criteria states, how to avoid those impacts if possible, how to mitigate them if they cannot be avoided. To highlight a few key points from these reports, I wanted to just pick out a couple to emphasize. For example, wildlife mitigation. Our expert wildlife consultants did conduct a wildlife assessment and found that there's no critical habitat for any federally or state listed species identified within the project area. But we know that protecting wildlife isn't just about threatened and endangered species. We know it's also about habitat. We know it's about other birds and wildlife and animals, and that this area in general can provide a great deal of habitat for those other animals. And so as part of our proposed activities, we're looking at restoration, we're looking at mitigation of that habitat, and as was proposed by staff, those are going to be turned into conditions of approval, and those conditions of approval are acceptable to the City of Thornton. But also as noted by staff, and one thing that I just wanted to highlight is that staff noted in its staff report that many of the areas inventoried along the site are already experiencing significant, consistent human activity, such that any impacts will be temporary, and these areas will quickly recover following construction and restoration, such that the impacts will be mitigated. Also, we did not have any concerns or comments from U.S. Fish and Wildlife or CPW related to this issue, and coordination with those entities about how to actually implement the wildlife plans during construction has already begun. Next slide. To talk just a little bit about traffic, that's one of the other potential impacts is during construction. There might be some construction traffic on adjacent roadways along the pipeline route. Again, just to put things in perspective, only 6% of the alignment's construction will result in direct traffic impacts where it impacts and intersects with county right-of-way or roads. For example, when I'm talking about temporary, for the open cut crossings, which happens in 5 locations as shown on this map, there will be approximately 5 days of what they call traffic control delays, where there might be a rerouting or a detour. For the alignment within and parallel to the right-of-way at location 2, which is County Road 56, potentially up to 20 days of traffic control delays. So when we talk about temporary impacts, that's the order of magnitude that we're talking about. To further mitigate impacts during construction, Thornton will ensure that residents, emergency vehicles, trash trucks, mail providers all have access to properties and roads during construction. Lastly, I want to talk about construction noise. The primary potential impact during construction could be noise arising from the construction activity itself. Here you see a list of the possible noise mitigation strategies that might be employed by Thornton and its contractors during construction. And we listed and included all of these in our report. Staff has proposed to turn those into a condition of approval, and that is a condition with which Thornton agrees. The other thing I wanted to highlight is that Thornton plans to implement and require its contractors to implement a variety of ways that individual citizens with concerns, questions, or comments can make contact with an appropriate person during construction. And this slide summarizes what that process will look like. There will be a website, there'll be phone numbers for people to reach out, there'll be an opportunity for people to submit questions, comments, concerns, and to speak to someone about them. Overall, Thornton has proposed more than 150 different mitigation measures and commitments that will aid in minimizing or preventing those temporary impacts to Larimer County residents and to the environment during construction. So now I'd like to turn to how the project meets the land use criteria. I'd like to just mention that staff's analysis concludes that the project does meet the criteria with the proposed 75 conditions of approval. Thornton generally agrees with those proposed conditions, but we have submitted to staff some suggestions for some of the conditions to have some slight wording changes or to be slightly changed. And there is one condition with which we do not agree, and we have asked staff to remove that condition, and that is because it relates directly to some of the issues I just mentioned that were found by the Court of Appeals to be exclusively within the jurisdiction of the Water Court. But we are generally in agreement with the conditions, and these are all things that Thornton had proposed to or was already considering implementation. Some of the things we're proposing to change, for example, have to do with timing, when we deliver certain reports early in the process versus later in the process, and so on. If you want to talk about any more of those, we're of course happy to talk about them in detail. So, due to the extensive nature of the criteria, as staff mentioned, there are 22 general criteria for 1041 in your code. There are 7 additional criteria that relate specifically to water pipeline projects, and several of those criteria also have sub-criteria, such that we have a total of about 49 criteria that the application has to meet. As part of our application, we did submit a lengthy narrative analyzing each of those criteria in detail, but because time doesn't permit us to go through all of them, we also prepared the handy chart, which I see you're now referring to, that we distributed at the beginning of this presentation. And on that chart, down the left side, you have the list of the 1041 criteria, and the columns across the top identify which part of the application addresses that criterion. And in some cases, you'll see there are multiple check marks because, for example, wetlands, there are multiple documents and reports within the application that relate to that topic. So I hope you'll use that as a handy reference guide, and if you have questions about anything on that handout, we're of course happy to address them further during the question period. So, going to the first criterion we want to talk about, which is 10.9.1a, and this criterion asks, how are you going to mitigate impacts to property held by others? As has been described already, one of the primary ways to mitigate impacts to property held by others was how we selected the preferred alignment. You'll note that we weighted those criteria that had to do with mitigating impacts to property held by others. The first 3 criteria all had to do with that particular topic, and ultimately the preferred alignment that was selected affects only 17 property owners other than WISC and the City of Thornton, of course. The route was also further specifically selected to minimize impacts in that it co-locates with NISP, as was requested by the county and also indicated as a preference by the community, again, to further mitigate impacts. And the route also tracks along the edges of property lines and rights-of-way rather than cutting through the middle of a property, thus further mitigating impacts to property held by others. So, in addition, as you've heard, there's been extensive communication, and Thornton intends to continue those open lines of communication and dialogue as the project moves forward. So this criterion is met. I'm highlighting just a couple of the criteria that we think are especially key or relevant, and of course you're welcome to ask questions, and we invite you to ask questions about any that we don't cover. I'm going to talk now about 10.9.1e. This is the criterion that evaluates the project against components of your comprehensive plan and the code, Article 4, that have to do specifically with growth, development, environmental, and mitigation policies. Again, as it relates to the comprehensive plan, we thought we'd prepare a handy chart for you, and that's the other handout that, that you have before you. And that chart goes through and highlights some of the key provisions in the comprehensive plan that deal with these issues, growth, development, and environment, and explains how this application is meeting or addressing each of those goals in the comprehensive plan, and all the ways in which the project is in alignment with the comprehensive plan. This is a criterion that was used in evaluating the prior 2 pipelines that the Larimer County recently approved, Newt 3 and NISP, and the analysis that's being provided to you as part of our application is a little bit more comprehensive than what was provided in those 2 prior applications. All right, here's a quick summary of some of the different categories of the comprehensive plan goals with which our project aligns. I won't read through all this, I'll just refer you to that chart, but of course we'd like to talk about them some more if the opportunity is provided, and thus this criterion is met. Moving on now to 10.9.1f. This is the criterion that talks about mitigation of impact to streams and wetlands, and this is the one that sets forth that hierarchy of avoiding impact, mitigating impact, minimizing impact and mitigating impact. Simply put, the project does not have any impacts to rivers, period. The project is just the pump station and the pipeline, and it does not cross any rivers. Any impacts to streams, wetlands, will be only temporary and only during construction. And there are some wetland crossings, and you can see on this slide illustrating how the preferred alignment was selected wherever possible, avoiding impact to wetlands. In certain circumstances, you can see where the pipeline is proposed to be rerouted, or it takes a little jog in order to avoid crossing a wetland. But there are some circumstances where it simply cannot be avoided, and those are the situations where we talk about minimizing impact and mitigating impact during construction. Thornton has proposed and staff has recommended as a condition of approval that Thornton engage in a mapping of the wetlands before construction and after construction in order to be able to measure the degree to which there has been impact and whether or not restoration has occurred following construction, and we're absolutely willing and happy to comply with that. The other thing I want to mention is that Thornton had proposed in its application that it would be complying with the nationwide permit number 58, but also staff is recommending, and we agree, that it needs to comply with section 4.4.2 of the land use code. Why is that relevant? Because under the land use code, there is a requirement that 100% of the wetlands be restored and there's no net loss. Similarly, there are no long-term impacts to floodplains. There are some places where the water pipeline does cross the Box Elder Creek floodplain, but of course the land disturbed by construction will be restored to its pre-construction condition. All of the appropriate floodplain permits will be required, and ultimately this is a buried pipeline, so it will have no long-term impact on the hydrology and the hydraulics of the floodplain, and it will present no risk of flooding. All of the technical reports that staff is recommending be provided. Thornton is willing, agreeable to, and planning to comply with. And finally, as has been stated, the project does not degrade the quality or quantity of water in the Poudre River. Thus, this criterion is met. Moving on now to 10.9.1Q. This criterion asks about sustainability in the planning, design, and operation of the project. How are we going to execute this project in a way that's consistent with principles of stewardship, conservation, and sustainability? The project's conservation approach is guided by Thornton's commitment to water efficiency and its sustainability action agenda, which identifies action areas in which Thornton seeks to advance sustainability efforts. Thornton has also engaged a credentialed Envision professional to support the Thornton Water Project team during the project design and construction to encourage sustainability. And if you're not familiar with the Envision framework, it's used to deliver civil infrastructure in a sustainable way, in much the same way that the LEED certification process is used to deliver sustainable buildings and structures. Under the Envision framework, Thornton's project will be developed in a way that minimizes the project footprint, impacts to residents, the public, and the natural environment. This slide lists some of the examples of some of the ways in which the Envision framework might be used to enhance the sustainability of the project. I won't go through them all with you. Just note that this criterion is met. Next, I'd like to talk about 10.9.1T. This is a criterion that asks you to weigh the benefits of the physical improvements that are being constructed against loss of natural resources and loss of productivity of agricultural lands. The criterion, the way it's written, actually presumes that there is a loss of natural resources or a loss of productivity of agricultural lands. And we would argue that for all the reasons we've already described, there is no loss of natural resources or productivity of agricultural lands. All of the impacts, as mentioned, will be temporary. Individual private property owners of agricultural lands will be compensated for any temporary losses during construction and for the easements that are being acquired. And Thornton will be signing agreements with all of those property owners in order to make that happen. With regards to losses to natural resources, just like I described with the wetlands and with the floodplains, any such losses would be temporary during construction only, and all of the land will be fully revegetated and restored following construction. In short, once it is constructed, there will be no losses to natural resources or agricultural productivity. Thus, this criterion is met. Finally, I want to talk about 10.10.6D. This criterion says that the proposed project may not adversely affect either surface or subsurface water rights, except as allowed by law. As has been described in some detail, the project is a water delivery system for WISC water shares purchased by Thornton, decreed in water court for municipal use. Nothing about any of that is being changed by the proposed pipeline. So no subsurface or surface water rights are being affected by the proposed pipeline. It does require some coordination with the owners of other water infrastructure that exist along the pipeline route, for example, irrigation ditches. There are irrigation ditches along the pipeline. I have like 2 more minutes. May I finish?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
But Thornton will, of course, obtain all of the required permits in order to make those crossings, as well as securing the approval of any of the owners of that water infrastructure before making those crossings. So this criterion is met. Given the time constraints, we won't be discussing the ongoing stewardship programs or the proposed benefits package. I want to briefly mention a couple of points about those things. It includes more than 1,300 acres of farmland being preserved for Larimer County conservation objectives and a minimum of $3 million to preserve Poudre River health. We're looking for slide F1A. So I want to just highlight for you how the lack of access to the water shares has impacted Thornton's ability to meet its comprehensive plan objectives and to deliver affordable and attainable housing to its population. This project is a cornerstone of Thornton's ultimate goals. The recent comprehensive plan estimates approximately 50 to 60,000 new residents moving to Thornton by 2040, and a total increase up to 268,000 by 2065. The ability to obtain the right to use the drinking water that it already owns is critical for Thornton to be able to deliver water to those residents that will be coming to the city of Thornton. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here, just in the interest of time. I want to mention for you that the City of Thornton has also required every new developer within the City of Thornton to sign an at-risk agreement when they submit an application that says, we acknowledge that even if my project is approved, you may not be able to provide water. And that's for both residential and non-residential projects. I know this, some of my clients have had to sign those agreements. And so there's a very real and very current impact that is happening due to the inability of Thornton to access its water. So I want to go to slide G1 and just recap for you some of the key points of the presentation in conclusion. This is not the same proposal that came before you in 2018, 2019. This time we listened first and designed second, and that produced a very different application. Some of the key things that happened after listening to your community through one-on-one conversations, open houses, and surveys is that we changed the withdrawal point to WISC Reservoir number 3. We impacted fewer private property owners as a result. We've provided a specific alignment instead of a corridor. We have reduced the total length of the pipeline within Larimer County from 27 miles to 10.4 miles. We have co-located as requested with NISP, the already approved pipeline, not throughout the entire length, but only where it didn't increase the number of private property owners impacted or increase other impacts such as wetlands. We've provided extensive mitigation reports, as has already been summarized. We're using the Envision sustainability framework in order to ensure that we deliver an ultimately sustainable project. Over the course of the application submittals, we have reviewed multiple alignments and have chosen the one most responsive to the community. But now we are out of time. Thornton has reached its critical tipping point for accessing its water shares, and not having access to those water shares is directly impacting Thornton's ability to provide housing and economic resources. We've demonstrated on a technical level that all of the 1041 criteria are met, and ultimately, for your decision tonight, this isn't about whether Thornton has a right to access its water. We all know ultimately it does. That's been decided. But as Todd Barnes said, this project is about people. It's about the individual property owners who are impacted, and it's about the 158,000 residents of Thornton the current and the future residents who are entitled to high-quality water. We thank you for your time and consideration of our presentation this evening, and we look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your effort to get done through that in the reasonable time frame. So I'll ask the planning commissioners, anyone need a break, or can we push a break off for a little bit? Keep going? Okay. So we will go ahead and open it up to public comment. I know we've had some people who have signed up ahead of time.
Yes,
Ms.
Mr.
Everett.
Chair, I would recommend, we do have an advanced sign-up sheet that people could have used to sign up prior to the meeting, as well as sign-ins at the door at tonight's meeting. So I would recommend we go in order of sign-ups through that list, and we can share that list on screen so people can see where they're at on the list and take in order everyone who signed up. And then if there are remaining comments or remaining people either on Zoom or in the room who did not sign up in advance, you could take them in order at that point.
That would be great. And if you can assist with calling people up based on the order, that would be fantastic.
And our planning manager just reminded me as well that this would be an appropriate time for any questions that you may have of the applicant team, if you would like to ask any of those before public comment.
I think we're okay for now. You have any questions?
So I think we skipped over the benefits package. Is that right? I wouldn't mind hearing about the benefits, I guess. We can do that later if we want to kind of take a break from the presentation and
I don't want to get into discussion about it, but I'm concerned that the benefits package is not part of the criteria, and maybe that's something that we can ask staff about before we ask the applicant.
I might also suggest, based on what I read in the board packet and some of the things related to the stewardship plan, it might be interesting to see what the public comment is, hear that first, and then revisit portions of the presentation if we feel like that might contain some of the concerns of the community.
We certainly have that ability.
that makes sense to me. And I assume that part of the kind of the benefits are probably some mitigation measures. I also think, I mean, this is a public forum, and I think it's also just could be valuable kind of to express those benefits for the public in attendance and also viewing. So,
Mr. Chair, I agree with that. I have some questions pertaining to the applicant's presentation tonight along the review criteria as well, but I think it would be good to hear from the public first and then do it all together, if that's possible.
I do have one question actually for the applicant. You mentioned that, I lost it on my notes, not the criteria, but the conditions. You mentioned that there were some conditions that you didn't agree with. Could you let us know which ones those were?
Mr. Chair, so there are 75 conditions. We wrote a letter to staff going through each one and saying either we agree, could you change this word, could you change that word? And then, as I mentioned, there was one condition that we asked to be removed entirely. Would you like me to just talk about that one that we asked to be removed entirely, or do you want me to go through and tell you each of the ones we asked to change and what we asked to change?
Let's start there, and then I wouldn't mind hearing from staff as to just whether they agreed or disagreed with some of the word changes.
There's 75 conditions. So
Okay.
I don't want to go through 75
Let's just go with
conditions
the one that you fully disagree with for now.
The one we are asking to be removed is condition number 8, and that condition pertains to the farm properties, the agricultural properties that are part of the water rights decree. And in that condition, staff is directing Thornton to undertake certain activities as it relates to those properties, which have already been addressed by the water court in that water court decree. And we believe that it's outside the purview of both Larimer County and us to agree to in the context of a 1041 proceeding, and that is why we asked for it to be removed.
I'm good.
There is a that letter is
What page is it on?
I can. It's towards the end of the 2,900 page packet. But let me find it because it's pretty thorough.
Sorry if I missed that in the board packet. There's
all right.
2,800 pages in there.
Can I just ask you a clarifying question on
Indeed.
your last answer? Is it that you object to coming to an agreement on the property in general, or you object to what they would like you to agree to do?
I think if
Is it a principled objection, or like, no, we don't want to have a carnival on this land?
It's really a procedural objection. As a practical matter, I think what staff is suggesting ought to happen is exactly what, as Emily will tell you when she talks about our Northern Stewardship Program, we are already planning to do, but we don't think it's appropriate that it ought to be part of this proceeding.
Interesting. Okay.
And for the record, I think it's the letter that begins on page 2867. It was submitted yesterday.
Mr. Chair.
Further questions?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, could we ask that you speak a little closer to your microphone? Thank you.
And you submitted that letter yesterday?
We did.
Okay, thank you.
Further
Are there
questions?
any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you very much. We'll open public comment now, and we will continue that conversation after public comment closes.
So I'm sharing on the screen the list of commenters that we have already signed up. So we're going to start with the first person who has signed up. If you are in the room, please head to the podium. If you are the next person on the list, if you can just please get ready. I will call out names. I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. I'm very sorry. We could have presenters that are on Zoom. I hope on Zoom you can also see this list. If you are the speaker whose turn it is and you're on Zoom, please use the raise your hand button. I will find you and unmute you. If you are the next person up on the list and you're on Zoom, please go ahead and use that raise your hand button as well. Once we get through this list, then we will open it up to additional people who have joined us in person or on Zoom as well. So Mike Garrett, if you could please come up to the podium or use the raise hand function on Zoom, you'll be our first commenter. And just as a reminder, the chair has put a 2-minute limit to public comment, and I will also be sharing that on the screen. If you're on Zoom, hopefully you are also able to see that when we use the timer, and that is too big. So Mike, are you with us in person tonight? Mike, are you on Zoom? Can you please use the raise your hand? Going once, going twice. Okay, we'll come back and look for Mike. Tim Ash. Tim, are you online in person? I am off to an awful start. Oh, we do have Gary. Gary is online. Thank you, Gary, for using the raise hand button. I will allow you to speak, and you will have 2 minutes. Gary, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
This is Gary Walkner. I'm representing Save the Pooter. We have about 1,000 members in Larimer County. I apologize I could not be there in person tonight. I will be at the April 22nd meeting. Our 12-page comment letter starts on page 2,698 in the packet. We had a great chance to read it. I'm going to just hit a few high points here in the 2 minutes that I have. We've been communicating with Thornton for about 15 years about this project. Throughout the entire process, we've encouraged them to use the Pooter River option, or using the river as a conveyance, which is an option that they created, not us, but we have wholeheartedly supported it. 2 additional points. Thornton has claimed that this project has no impact on the Pooter River. Nothing could be further from the truth. Thornton, as well as many diverters, have diverted water out of the Pooter River for decades and decades, causing extensive past damage. And we believe this is an opportunity to restore and heal the Pooter River with any new project that comes along. We believe the land use code supports that. Thornton also claims the county has blocked them from access to their water. Nothing could be further from the truth. They could have ran the water down the Poudre 20 years ago with no permit whatsoever from Larimer County. They chose not to do that and chose to fight and fight and fight and drag everyone through these permitting processes for years on end. I'm going to wrap up by saying that the land use code, there are 5 areas in the land use code that we think that this pipeline project and the application violate. In particular, one of the biggest one is that the application has to first avoid all negative impacts in Larimer County. This one doesn't do that. The Poudre River option would do that. In wrapping up, we request that you recommend the commissioners deny this and encourage Thornton to support the Poudre River option. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Daniel Galasso. If you're here, please come to the podium. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. Daniel? All right, moving on, Morgan Cullen.
Good evening, members of the Larimer County Planning Commission. My name is Morgan Cullen, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the HBA of Metro Denver. The HBA of Metro Denver represents over 550 home builders, developers, remodelers, architects, mortgage lenders, title companies, subcontractors, suppliers, service providers in the 8-county metro area that we serve. My comments this evening are consistent with the letter the HBA submitted to the Larimer Board of County Commissioners on April 4th that all of you guys were copied on. The issue before you this evening has been going on for more than a half a dozen years since the city of Thornton indicated its intentions to access its water rights since it's held since the 1980s. Since that time, we have seen the cost of housing skyrocket to unsustainable levels. The only real way to slow the growth and bring down the cost of housing is to increase the supply across the Front Range. Over the past 2 decades, communities across Colorado have failed to adequately prepare and deliver the housing supply necessary to meet population projections, and the consequences to affordability have been disastrous for countless Coloradans. Given that Thornton's population is projected to increase by 100,000 residents in the coming years, if they're able to access their additional water supply, it is imperative that they are granted access to their water rights so that residential construction industry can begin building out of the current crisis that we find ourselves in. Across the Front Range, Colorado's experiencing a growing housing affordability crisis that's currently not only threatening our industry, but our regional economy and our collective prosperity. In the spirit of regional cooperation and housing attainability in Colorado, we respectfully request that Larimer County approve the City of Thornton's permit application so that the home building industry can get back to work solving Colorado's housing attainability crisis across the Front Range. Thank you.
Thank you.
Warren Limerick.
Good evening, folks. Thank you for letting me have 2 minutes here. First of all, I'd like to, Mr. Glasso, I completely understand.
Sir, I'm sorry. Your comments need to come towards us, please.
Well, from what Mr. Glasso said, I actually concur and completely understand where he and other home builders come from, but there's an element of truth here. And Thornton started saying this 7 years ago when I stood before you and the board to fight the Thornton Water Project. And that's that Larimer County or its residents are holding up Thornton's ability or right to their water. And nothing could be further from the truth. That's a lie. Nobody in the Larimer County, nobody on the Planning Commission, nor the Larimer County Commissioners have denied Thornton's right to their water. No one's contesting their right to their water. What they're contesting is how they access it. Now, when Thornton bought water rights in the 1980s by buying drying farms, they didn't buy a quality of water. And I would charge the commission here today, the Planning Commission, to look into that. There is no right to any quality of water. They get the water out of the Poudre. That's their right. They have a certain amount. No one's denying that. They don't get to cherry pick where they take it through. And as far as their comments about taking it downstream being off the board, you heard that multiple times tonight. That's a lie. They came up with it themselves. That's all in print. You could all look that up. You could all research that and see that. Thornton initially recommended that they take it via the Poudre River. And all we're asking is that they do that. Thornton doesn't even need to be here tonight. I'd like to ask the board too, or the commission, or Thornton people here tonight, how much money's been spent so far in 7 years fighting this? How many millions of dollars? And how many homes have been held up from being built because everybody's under this false premise that they're not able to access their water? That's a falsehood. Again, that's a lie. They could easily take their water by allowing it to go down the Poudre and take it out in the Windsor area. Why don't they want to do that? Because they don't want to spend money on a treatment plant. What do all the other municipalities do? They spend money on treatment plants all over the place, the Plot River and so forth. And last thing, and I know my time's up, is the number one, like Mr. Walkner said, the number one issue is for the 1041 approval is to minimize the impact on the county and its residents. Okay, I'm one of the residents. I've written them scores of letters and emails, no reply.
All right.
Zero.
Thank you very much.
You
sir.
want to minimize
Appreciate
it?
your comments.
Take the water down the river. Well, I've listened to them for 45 minutes. Stand up here, sir, and lie to this commission.
Thank you.
Karen Wagner. Karen Wagner, if you're online, please use the raise your hand function. All right, Barry Feldman.
Good evening. I'm Barry Feldman, B-A-R-R-Y-F-E-L-D-M-A-N, and I live on County Road 56. I'm aware of how much time and energy that you put into what you're doing here, and I'm aware of how much you're compensated for that financially. Because of that, I want to really thank you for what you do and how much you put in here. As is my understanding, your role is to see that projects follow the rules and regulations that are designed to protect the citizens of Larimer County through a tough balancing process. Your role does not include addressing any protections for the citizens of Thornton. Our neighborhood has already been sliced and diced by high-capacity power line, and a NISP pipeline route have other neighborhoods. Thornton can take their dirty irrigation water that they bought from the Poudre River at the county line and transport it south using pipelines, tanker trucks, however they would do it, where it can be treated to be potable and its customers can pay for it. Larimer County citizens should not have to suffer any consequences for a product we will not have access to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Steedle.
Good evening. My name is Eric Steidel. We own and operate a farm located on 4632 County Road 52. This is a family farm operated as a business, not as a tax write-off or an investment property. We produce grass, hay, and alfalfa, both of which take time and management to become productive and income-producing crops. While it was unfortunate that we were not able to participate in the approval process for the NISP pipeline, our absence should not be construed with concurrence with that decision. There is an adverse impact to pipeline construction. They are invasive and disruptive. Crops come out, topsoil drainage and underground infrastructure is disturbed, above ground infrastructure remains. From a land use perspective, we did not make a significant investment of time and money to purchase a farm, only to have it carved up by public utility easements that affect our land use. Finally, it's been implied that the co-location of the NISP and Thornton pipelines is a positive. From our perspective, it is not. Having to absorb approximately 1 mile of co-located pipeline places an undue burden, an unfair burden upon us, a burden that is not shared by the utility provider nor the end user. This is a farm, not unimproved green space for the taking. To be clear, we do not want another pipeline on our property. And while we've done our best to advocate for our interests, we are quite frankly at a significant disadvantage when it comes to negotiating with government entities, given their resources and threat of eminent domain. If this body should recommend approval, we would ask for the following conditions to be included as the conditions for approval. Both pipelines are constructed concurrently as one project. A single construction event will allow us to get back to farming and not have to do it twice. Next, we've been told by NISP and Thornton planners it is possible to reduce the lateral separation between the two pipelines to as little as 15 feet. As such, we request these pipelines to be installed with a minimum lateral separation as a requirement rather than aspiration. Finally, we believe we should be fairly compensated for the disruption to our livelihood and for the undue burden we are being forced to bear.
Thank you.
We
very
are
much
concerned
for-
with potential for a gray area to exist. Who is responsible for what? We ask the county advocate for their constituents as we negotiate the disadvantageous position we are placed in. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Dana Griffin? Dana, if you're online, please use the raise your hand function. All right, Patrick Kreutzer?
Good evening. My name's Pat Krotzer. It's Crotzer. I live on Highway 1 near County Road 56, which appears to be a geographical oddity based on how many utility projects we've already had foisted on us. But more about that later. With regards to Thornton's 1041 application, bad ideas don't get better with age. But first, I'd like to address two process issues. Laramie County should return to the pre-pandemic public comment rules, which allowed 3 minutes for comment and allowed pooling of time to provide for meaningful presentations by communities and organizations impacted by land use issues. Second, the people representing Thornton should provide their presentations and responses under oath. We went through this process before, and a Thornton representative told our commissioners that the commissioners had no legal right to deny Thornton's application. Failing the swearing-in requirement, just remember that every time Thornton representatives say they can't, what they really mean is they don't want to. For example, we were told that the pump station had to be at the south end of WIST number 4, but now it's located near the north end of WIST number 3, which is right next to the Larimer County Canal. The canal is a viable alternative to a pipeline for conveying water east to Thornton's property at Elder Reservoir and onto the county line, and it doesn't change the diversion point. But they don't want to. Returning to my geographical oddity remark, I would like to point out that the tiny area around the intersection of County Road 56 and Colorado Highway 1 is already encumbered with Tri-States transmission lines and the coming NISP pipeline. We have already been harmed enough by utilities. As was previously stated by Larimer County Commissioners, Thornton has a right to their water, but not a right to their route. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Lindsay, I see you with your hand raised. I will allow you to speak. You should be able to unmute now.
Yes. Hello, this is Lindsay Delecky. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here tonight on behalf of Hines Interests. Hines is an international real estate investment and development firm. We have been in Colorado since the mid-1980s, and Hines owns approximately 800 acres in the city of Thornton in a property known as Parterre. We purchased this land in 2018 with the intent of building a master planned community with up to 4,000 homes and roughly 100 acres of mixed uses. The Thornton Water Project is critical to ensure this community can be built, like dozens of others in Thornton. Denying the Thornton Water Project would impact the Colorado economy for a few main reasons. First, Colorado needs more housing. The state has an affordability housing crisis. Second, jobs will be impacted. New communities such as Parterre generate hundreds of millions of dollars in construction jobs, not to mention the future residents and their economic multiplier effect. Third, if Colorado is closed for business, fewer people and fewer employers will come to our state, which could harm our economy. There are, in fact, many examples of local governments working cooperatively to move water from one point to another around our state to support its growth. Therefore, we strongly encourage you to vote yes on the approval of the Thornton Water Project and keep Colorado moving forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Patricia Babbitt.
Hi. I didn't really come prepared to talk because I'm really getting tired of having to prepare.
And Patricia, if you could please state your name for the record before you begin.
Thanks. I'm Patricia Babbitt, and I've been dealing with Thornton nonsense for way too many years. And I'm tired of having to fight it. And I listen to them go, oh, we bought our water rights in the 80s. And well, they didn't plan ahead very well. And we're expected to pick up all their pieces for their poor planning. And tonight, oh, we have a 45-minute presentation, but we need more time. Well, they keep asking for more, and we're always supposed to accommodate them here. And I'm tired of it. Our animals are tired of it. Our wildlife, they're saying, won't suffer, it will suffer. And with a pipeline, as one of the people pointed out, just because it's hidden underneath the ground, it's there and it is obstructive. And we have ways for them to get their water, and they need to just let it go down the river or down the canals and stop thinking about building this destructive pipeline. Even if it's less than it was before, it's a destructive pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Doherty. Tom, if you're online, please raise your hand. Okay. Moving on, we have Jake Schroeder. All right, Jake, I will allow you to speak. You may unmute.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for your service, and thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. I'm here to ask for you to recommend approval of the 1041 application for 3 reasons. First, the state is facing several crises at this time, 2 of which are a water crisis and a housing crisis. Those 2 are not mutually exclusive. Without water, you cannot create attainable housing to solve the housing crisis. Thornton acquired the water that is the subject of this application in the 1980s, has the legal right to the water, and needs the water for a host of reasons, including attainable housing. The only way that both of these crises can be resolved is through cooperation, which is statewide cooperation. If Larimer County blocks Thornton's access to water that it owns, it creates a dangerous and catastrophic precedent, which does not benefit anyone, including Larimer County, and further exacerbates the housing crisis in the state. However, if Larimer County approves the 1041, it will, through cooperation, allow Thornton to access water that it owns and help address the state's attainable housing crisis. Second, the 1041 application satisfies all the applicable 1041 criteria. And third, Thornton has gone above and beyond the call of duty to satisfy those requirements. For these reasons, I would request that you recommend approval of this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty Clifford.
Hello, my name is Patty Clifford. I live in Woody Creek off Highway 1. I'd like to ask all of you on the Planning Commission, have you read all of the emails submitted to you? Everyone, including mine? Because you can't make a decision if you haven't read all of the emails. I was concerned when I heard that the Poudre River can't be part of this project. I don't know if the lawyers have done this or if it's really not true, but I agree with Gary. The water should go down the Poudre and they can deal with it after it's gone through our Poudre River. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Lynch.
Hi. Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Lynch. My husband and I own a small farm in Larimer County, so we understand the value of water. We oppose the Thornton pipeline for many reasons. As any farmer can tell you, it takes water to move water. Keeping water flowing in our county's streams and irrigation canals is vital to our entire agricultural ecosystem. So when they say they're going to take 14,000 acre feet a year out of Larimer County in a pipe, all of us that depend on agricultural water suffer. Thornton purchased irrigation rights with the clear intention of buying and drying farms. It isn't about sharing the water once it has its pipeline. Now thousands of acre feet will leave Larimer County underground, providing no shared benefit to farms and natural habitat. Another concern is that at full capacity, Thornton will be running a 6,300 horsepower station, pumping 40 million gallons of water a day, and that noise will never cease. Sound travels, so a 2,000-foot setback from the nearest house will not mitigate the effects. Previously, homeowners in Terry Lake and Eagle Lake were adamant that they didn't want that station anywhere close to their neighborhoods. Now Thornton is trying to foist that station on their less prosperous neighbors to the north. How do you square that? In a dry climate like Colorado, it takes 1,000 years to generate an inch of fertile topsoil. Thornton will bulldoze hundreds of acres to lay pipe and create dry land while exposing Larimer residents to air traffic and heavy equipment noise and pollution. These are real impacts to Larimer County. Please advise our county commissioners to deny this 1041 permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Horak. Scott, if you're online, please use the raise your hand function. Ryan Donovan.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Ryan Donovan. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Lawrence, Custer, Grasmick, Jones, and Donovan, and we are a Colorado water rights firm based in Johnstown. I'm here to provide comments on behalf of several clients: Larimer Weld Irrigation Company, Larimer Weld Reservoir Company, WRCC Inc., and the Cache Laputer Irrigating Ditch Company. My clients received notice of Thornton's 1041 application through the referral process, and in connection thereto provided written comments through our office submitted and received on February 29th, 2024. On March 15th, I received a response from Ms. Yellico, who is the Thornton City Attorney. And then yesterday I provided a written response through Mr. Barnett to Ms. Yellico's letter. I have two comments. One is I'm pretty confused, and I'm hoping that later on in the presentation, when we get to the public benefits section, that we can get some confirmation from Thornton whether their participation in the so-called Poudre Flows plan, this is their plan to add water back to the Poudre River, is part of something that this body and the county commissioners are to and are allowed to consider as part of this process, because I practice in this area and I'm still not certain, so I would like a clear answer for that on the record. The second issue that I'd like to bring up is that one of my clients, WRCC Inc., owns and operates a number of reservoirs to the north and south of County Road 56, and we have expressed concerns about the proximity of the pipeline to those structures. They are categorized as high hazard, meaning if is there a failure, it means that the loss of human life is likely, and that is just because of the number of people that live downstream or down gradient. Ms. Yellico confirmed in her March 15th letter that the city of Thornton will meet or exceed all guidelines by the Division of Dam Safety, and we're happy to hear that, of course. The concern for WRCC is that we don't have construction plans at this time, and that's understandable. We're still pretty early in the process, but we do request that when those plans become available, that we are allowed a meaningful opportunity to review them, provide comment, and have an opportunity to have those comments resolved either before the county or an appropriate forum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine Kratt. Christine? All right. Yeah. So let's quickly go back to those who we missed. Originally, I believe I saw Karen Wagner had her hand up. Karen, if you'd like to raise your hand, we can unmute you and give you 2 minutes for public comment. Karen, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. When I first learned about the Thornton water project, I thought, what a great opportunity for a Denver suburb to take advantage of the water rights they purchased from Larimer County farmers while restoring a wild and scenic river, the Cache la Poudre. I hope that Thornton's example might become a model for urban planning at a time when many rivers in the West are running dry. However, after the Larimer County Commissioners denied their application, 6 years ago, the Denver suburbs sued Larimer County in district court and lost. Then they took their lawsuit to the State Court of Appeals and lost. Thornton was unwilling to work with elected officials and the citizens of Larimer County. Now they are back with their second application with no greater resolve to work with Larimer County or meet the requirements of the 1041 regulations and the land use code. Only the proposed route is different. I urge the Larimer County Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners to not deny Thornton's 1041 application one more time for several reasons. And the first reason jumped out at me tonight when I heard them say this was one pipeline. No Pipe Dream did several core requests when we were trying to understand what was going on, what they were proposing, and learned in fact that it is the Thornton Northern project, which includes two 54-inch pipelines and a northbound return flow pipeline. So if you recommend to the commissioners that they approve this, no, you're recommending 3 pipelines. You're not recommending one. So Larimer County has been gaslighted by Thornton all along. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is the end of our list. Would you like me to go through and see if anyone that we missed has joined us? I didn't recognize any names online.
How about we just ask if anybody is online who wants to have an opportunity to speak and has not yet had an opportunity, please use the raise hand function to let us know.
All right, if anyone's online who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function.
Barring that, I'll go ahead and ask, or pending that, I'll go ahead and ask, is there anyone in the audience here in person who has not yet had an opportunity to speak and who would like to? Come on up. And please state your name and spell your name if you think you need to.
Hi, my name is Christine Day. I don't think I need to spell it, D-A-Y. And I originally was not going to speak. I was just going to listen. I live on East County Road 54. And I live across from property that is owned by City of Thornton and leased for farming. And as I sat watching the slideshows and the beautiful pictures of and talking about the restoration, I have concern about that because the property that I live across from is not well maintained. I actually got my property taxes lowered because of the state of the property. We've recently, in the windstorms, granted bad windstorms, had two dead trees from the property fall down, which are still there, laying on the side of the road, huge cottonwood trees. And then we had one a couple of months ago. The farmers that they leased the property to have moved their silage pits, right up against the road. I believe they're in the right of way, but I've been asked by my parents who live in a different house on the property not to complain because they've complained in the past and received a little bit of pushback from those that are leasing the property. So when I hear Thornton say about their restoration, how great it's going to be and how well maintained things can be, I have a little bit of concern about that because I don't witness that living where I live across from property that they own. So having said that, that's all I wanted to say. Just put my 2 cents in. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
For those of you joining us online, this is your last chance. If you'd like to give public testimony and have not signed up or spoken already, please use the raise your hand function to speak. We have no hands raised.
All right. Anyone else going once, going twice? Anyone else in the room here tonight who wants to speak who has not had the opportunity to do so? All right. Well, then we will go ahead and close public comment. Thank you all for your participation in that portion of our hearing. I would ask the planning commissioners first, trying to be nice. Does anybody need a break? All right. Without naming who, I have a yes. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back. All right, thank you very much, everybody. We're back on the record, and the public hearing portion of our hearing is closed. And I'll ask the applicant to come back up. I want to give you a few minutes to have a first response to the comments that you heard, but we do have questions, and I know they're going to ask about the benefits section of your presentation and things like that. So.
Mr. Chair, if it would be all right, I had understood that the Q&A was going to be next, and I would just as soon save the rebuttal to the end, because if we cover it in Q&A, then our rebuttal could be really, really short.
Sure, that's fine. Questions for the applicant from the commissioners?
I'll start. I have a couple. You have, I think in presentation there, you were saying that the pipeline is going to cross 17 properties. Of those properties, how many major crossings are there? You mentioned that it's going to be on the peripheral areas of those properties. Are there any properties that have major crossings on there? And when I mean major, more than 40%.
I might ask you to clarify what you mean by major, and then I might ask one of my teammates to come and actually answer it. But do you mean the length of the crossing, or do you mean, are there any instances where it's not on the edge of the property, but rather goes through the middle?
Goes through the middle.
Goes through the middle. I think the answer is 0, but can I just ask one of my teammates to confirm that, please?
Sure.
The answer is 0.
Of these 17 properties that have minimal crossings, how many of have those land use owners written in supporting your project?
How many of those land use owners have written in supporting the project?
You've contacted them all, and you've done extensive community outreach with them. How many of them have said this is a great plan, we're on board?
I don't know that there are any letters in the record, although I haven't checked all the names against all of the landowners. Again, I might ask one of my colleagues if they recognize any of the names, or just to speak a little bit about that communication.
Thank you. Yes, correct. They're the only landowners that are in the record that I'm aware of are Mr. Seidel, who you heard from, as well as
Goes to the John Thompson property.
as well as
Hundreds of.
We'll just wait.
Okay.
as well as the Windsor Reservoir and Canal Company. So those are the two that we've seen in the record. To your question about has anybody written in and formally support, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
We have had positive conversations, but I would decline to speak for them. So
That's fine. Thank you. Also, Ms. White, quick question, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I heard wrong, but you mentioned that that the water rights that you have from the Poudre River are higher quality than South Platte in your presentation.
I don't think I said that.
Was that Ms. Hunt? Is that Ms. Hunt?
Yeah, I think Emily needs to answer that question
Ms. Hunt,
as
if
well.
you could ask it. It's a quick clarification, and I may have this confused, and this is just one thing in the presentation that I didn't pick up on in the packet. So the Poudre River water is of a higher quality than South Platte.
that's correct.
And when you take that to your filtration systems, it's harder and more expensive and more energy intensive and all those reasons that you gave. But am I wrong? Did I hear you say at some point you blend the two? Is that after filtration or prior to filtration?
It can be either. So in some instances, we can blend in our reservoirs right ahead of treatment, which we want to be able to do. And in some instances, we can actually blend after treatment. So we are able to do both. But the main issue is being able to blend that raw source water to a higher quality so that it isn't so energy intensive and chemically intensive to treat, which is what we're doing at the South Platte right now.
Okay.
If that
Thank
makes
you.
sense.
Thank you. That's all I got. Go ahead.
I'm going to stay on that same theme for a second. Several times in your presentation, you mentioned things like risk to public health if the water is accessed at a different point or if you're forced to use South Platte water. So mixing them, blending them doesn't make any sense that you would purposely decrease the quality of your water. But two things. One, are your residents at risk right now with the water that they have? Is their quality of water a risk?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say no. But
Okay.
let me ask also Emily, and I think Todd to some degree to answer that question.
So our residents currently are receiving in part south water that originates from the South Platte River below Denver. And there is PFAS, forever chemicals, detected in that water. And so Thornton has always maintained and met Safe Drinking Water Act standards. And we have been ahead of the game to try to increase our treatment technology to be able to meet the upcoming PFAS regulations that all of cities across the country are going to have to be meeting. So they're not at risk because we are treating it to Safe Drinking Water Act standards, but the technology that's required to treat a degraded source has serious implications in terms of cost and energy and chemicals. And most municipal providers reach for the highest source of supply because having that high quality source water reduces the risk. So being able to blend with a higher source of supply improves our current source water so that risk of the source water before treatment is decreased a little bit.
Okay, follow-up question.
Sure.
You said it's a significant cost. And I'll clarify that I'm from Wellington. So if you don't know a lot about water, I do. So when you're talking about an increased cost, what do your residents typically pay right now?
The current residential rate per 1,000, I think, is $6 per 1,000 for residential rates. So, and I understand that's significantly lower than what the town of Wellington is facing right now.
And we treat our own water, right?
Yes.
So when you say an increased risk that's now somehow a safety risk, it's risking affordable and attainable housing. I'm trying to understand whether or not you're being legitimate in those concerns or maybe just a little extra, because I'm not sure that that's actually a consideration for this commission, the benefit, as one of our commenters said, of the Thornton residents, but rather the impact to Larimer County residents. And so you have water, like everybody can turn on their tap and gets water.
Correct.
No one has to take out a second mortgage to pay their bill like me.
Correct.
Okay, and the water is safe to drink as it stands right now?
Always, yes.
Okay. That's it for the moment.
Thanks.
Go ahead, and Commissioner Rowe, and then we'll go to Commissioner Slutsky.
Great. I had a question about and this relates to also a citizen comment that we received, but just what assurances there are that you comply with kind of the criteria that are being set out, or the conditions, I should say, that the county has set forth. And I think I saw somewhere in the packet that there will be a construction bond, but if you could just elaborate on some of that for me, I'd appreciate it.
Well, one of the ways that there will be assurances is that if those conditions of approval are approved as part of an approval of the 1041 permit, then the county will have its own code enforcement powers that it has to enforce its code as to each of those criteria, meaning that if there's a complaint, then your code enforcement folks would follow up, and there would be the normal process for code enforcement would be applied in that instance. But there are, for certain specific components of the projects, various performance bond requirements, but it's not a sort of a blanket for the whole thing.
Great. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Could you also, I think maybe one of my concerns, and I feel like it touches on a number of those criteria, but obviously it's a long linear project, and it would be kind of, how does that restrict future crossings, and what do future crossings look like for this pipeline, against this pipeline, if that makes sense? Or
Just so I understand the question, do you mean if this pipeline is built, will others who want to build something then have to seek a crossing permit across this pipeline?
Correct.
And
That's
will
what I
that
was
be
trying to
more
say.
difficult for
Yeah,
others?
and what that looks like with this, so this is water, so I don't know, how if it, what the separation requirements are, just some of the challenges of future crossings of other, whether it's other utilities or some of these landowners trying to make use of their property, some of those types.
Are we going to make it harder for other people to build whatever they need to build?
That's right.
Okay. I'm going to ask someone on the team to answer that question who's more familiar specifically with the construction route, because I think the answer might be different in different locations.
Great, thanks.
Hi, my name's Gerald Simpson. I work with Jacobs. I'm an engineer that's been supporting Thornton for the past 10 years with this project. I've been doing this type of work for 39 years now. So the specific question is, with the construction of our pipeline, will it restrict someone else building something? And the simple answer is no, but it also depends on what they're constructing. And as we understand it, one of the first things that we did when we started this application process was to determine if there was any existing development applications in our study area, because we always want to coordinate our infrastructure with their infrastructure. And then other areas of the project that have been constructed in Weld County, we have coordinated with developers who are actively developing property for residential housing or non-residential in the location of their utilities relative to ours. Because yes, it is a 42-inch pipeline. It will have 4 feet of cover. And if we have that information in advance, we can make adjustments to our profile to allow that. But at this point in time, we're not aware of any planned developments that have made it past that point. So does that answer your question?
It does. So nothing that you're aware of currently. And so in the future, those things that we're not yet aware of, because they're not even planned yet, I guess, how do those work and what are the separation requirements? So if a farmer or some property owner needs to have power that is going to, I guess,
yeah, and
traverse
our utility is a pressurized conduit. If there are similar type, like a power line, they can be routed typically over the top, because usually power lines will have maybe 2 to 3 feet of cover and they're 4-inch conduits. So they can be routed over the top of ours, or, it just depends. And there are separations between potable utilities and non-potable, between like sanitary sewers and water lines. Since ours is a raw water source, the typical separation is like 18 inches on a crossing.
Okay.
And the thing with our pipe is it's a welded steel pipe. All the joints are welded. So if there was parallel construction, we would work with whoever was proposing, whatever utility on what those separations would be. And I don't think the city is adverse to potentially sharing the easement with others, especially if it was something a property owner was proposing.
Right.
Does that help?
It does. And then if I could just ask one more follow-up question, sorry, but so I assume some of this gets dealt with kind of contractually through kind of the easements that you have, but is this an instance, since you guys are operating a utility, is it the Public Utility Commission that would also kind of facilitate a crossing if somebody wanted to cross your
We're not subject to the Public Utility Commission because Thornton is a municipality. That's my understanding. So we don't have to go before the Public Utility Commission. So normally with crossing of easements, there will be a crossing agreement. And, Thornton has standard provisions. They've entered into those with others that have crossed them. And generally those provisions are, tell us what you're proposing to do, give us some engineering drawings on how you propose to do it, and, pay a review fee. And it's very similar to what we go through when we're crossing ditch companies, irrigation companies, that they have crossing agreements or license agreements that specify requirements for reviews and those separations.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it.
Could I ask another construction-related question while he's up?
I did say that Commissioner
Okay.
Slutsky could go
I
next.
yield my time.
I always use one.
Please.
And this may be a question for you or for staff, but just thinking about some of the public comment. I heard you say we like to coordinate our infrastructure with their infrastructure when we can. And there was one property owner that has 2 pipelines running through his property. I don't know where the timing is with this pipeline. I know that is not related to this application, but is there opportunity to coordinate construction on that piece of property?
Yeah,
And what is your opinion of the ability to have closer proximity between the pipelines?
And that was Mr. Steidel, if I pronounce his name correctly. And, he has 3 parcels that both our pipeline and NISP are crossing, and they're being actively farmed, as he said. And we've had discussions with Northern, over a number of years about, separations and how can we be closer. And, his statement is absolutely correct that there is discussion of having our pipes 15 feet from each other. Now, there was a letter that, Northern sent to the board regarding the co-location, and you know all about that, right? As far as the
Yes.
timing of construction?
Yeah, Northern did submit a letter regarding their position on co-location. It's in the packet, so I would refer you to read that instead of my recollection of it. But they are in support of attempting to co-locate. They did cite some potential issues, primarily current litigation involving their project. So that could be a challenge. And we do believe that our construction timing actually does align relatively well. So both Thornton and Northern think it's a good practice to try to co-locate, and we think it's engineeringly feasible. And we endeavor to do so. However, Northern did cite some issues around potential litigation that might cause them a little bit more complications. So,
Obstacles outside of our control and theirs. If I may, Mr. Chair, I just would like to correct an answer that I gave earlier to Commissioner Duffy's question about crossing individual properties. In looking closely at the map, I have been informed that there are 2 properties where it is not adjacent to the property line. One is because of the property owner requesting a different alignment through the property, and the other one is because it follows an existing transmission line easement.
Thank you for that correction. Other questions?
Remember me?
What's your name again?
Would it be possible to put up the map that, I think it was one of the first slides that they had that showed the NISP pipeline and the Thornton pipeline? The one with the pink hashes, yeah.
Yeah, I think Jenny is working on that.
And who should I bring on deck? Construction question, alignment selection question?
Ms. Hunt, maybe?
Okay.
She's there behind you, other shoulder.
sorry. The screen is frozen right now, so there we go. 32? 30. It is 37. Yes?
I'm not not sure that was it, but maybe it will do.
So this map shows the Thornton alignment in yellow and
Is in the pink hash.
alignment in the pink hash.
So when you're talking about co-location, and maybe it's just me not paying attention, but why not co-locate the whole project? The Thornton line goes right by your pump station.
Yeah.
You would maybe need a couple hundred yards of line to connect to their ditch. And look at all the impacts. I mean, we wouldn't even be sitting here.
I'll answer high level. Gerald's behind me.
Yeah.
This was actually okay. The main reason is because of the feedback that we received during our community open houses and survey. There are sections of the NISP alignment, especially south of the reservoirs, that are going through neighborhoods that are actually a bit congested and probably too tight for two pipelines to be going through there. So, and actually would have been more impactful and would have impacted more property owners. That was the main reason.
So
Gerald probably has
the
some
physical ditch could not accommodate, it would have to be wider, 15 feet wider, as I understand.
Yeah. I just took the microphone.
We had a very detailed site selection process that looked at 12 different criteria. And the scoring for that, because we did look at an alternative, as you have described, that would be more co-located, but it didn't score as well as the preferred one. And it's just where the cards fell based on the evaluation process. There were more properties that were impacted. I think there were more natural resources that were also impacted. There were some benefits, but
I guess I'm not following that. The canal, the ditch could be big enough to hold both, but the scores prevented the Thornton line from co-locating on.
In our evaluation, we had to look at our project as a standalone in its impacts and not the combined impacts of both projects. And so the scoring for that particular alternative was lower than the scoring for the one that we have in the application.
Go ahead.
This might be a clarification question. So what you're saying then is that the NISP project, although dotted on here, is not a sure thing in that it's still being litigated, that it may not take this path at all?
The NISP project will take that path as of when they gave us the alignment. And that alignment that is shown there is different than what was in the final application, and engineering pointed that out. But one of the conditions of approval for NISP was once they started talking with property owners that they could make adjustments on an individual property. And in particular, NISP had a couple of properties where they went across versus following the property line, and that was on 2 Thornton farms. And so they made adjustments, and this alignment was current as of November of last year. And that's reflected in that letter from Northern.
I just want to add 2 things.
Pardon?
I just want to add 2 things. To your point, Commissioner King, the county has approved the NISP pipeline project through has provided a 1041 application, and that is being challenged in court. So that's what we mean by it's in litigation. the county's approval of that pipeline is being currently challenged. So that's the uncertainty that I was referring to. And then Commissioner Slutsky, I just wanted to make sure NISPS is a pipeline. It's not an open canal. Okay.
He's talking about the ditch.
The trench. Perfect.
Saying canal, and I mean ditch, but yeah, I understand. But not to belabor this, but this looks silly to me that there's two major projects that could fit in the same hole. How's that? I mean, NISP has been approved, but you guys haven't. Maybe we should just move the NISP pipeline. We can do that, can't we?
Well, I will add that in the two public outreach meetings, the residents that live along Gray Rock Road, which is that area, they were not agreeable. Yeah, they seem to be upset with the NISP alignment as well as us even thinking about it. But we evaluated it based on the criteria, the 12 criteria, and the scoring that we did. And the one that was selected was the one that had the highest score. So
that was the point I just wanted to add to. Could you go 2 slides forward?
If we could also just ask you both to recognize that since the big microphone's not working, maybe you may need to pick it up to make sure that everyone can hear you in the room when you're talking.
I'm sorry,
Thank you.
I apologize. Go back to 36 is the one I'm looking for with the ranked criteria. Right. So although co-location with NISP was an important consideration in site selection, it was not the most important consideration. Rather, these are ranked in order, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. So the first 3 all have to do with minimizing the number of private properties that are crossed, or the number of access driveways, or the amount of construction impact on those private properties. If the NISP alignment were selected for a greater percentage of the total length of our alignment, it would have impacted more properties, and that's what Gerald means when he says it reduced the score. That means it scored lower on the more important criteria.
For the Thornton line.
For the community.
Can I ask a question about scoring by, like, you ranked these based on, like, the people who replied that said what was the most important to them, and most people said that it was the most important that the construction have the fewest impacts to private property. And 6th in line from the respondents of folks, Larimer County residents that you surveyed, 6th in line was co-location with NISP.
That's generally correct, yes.
And so did you take into account there that, like, a large percentage of the folks that you were asking don't want NISP anyway? So they're going to maybe not have that, like, we don't want it, so why co-locate it?
We didn't really question the responses of, like, we thought they told us what they really thought. We believed them.
I think
I have
Go ahead.
really just belaboring the issue at this
I'm
point.
good at that, I think.
No, me too. So this priority that informed your path was completely determined by your survey responses.
Not completely. The other factors, if we could go back to the one with the circles, right? The other factors were the land use code criteria and what site selection factors were used by the 2 pipelines that were approved immediately previous to this application, because that's a pretty good guideline of what Larimer County thinks would satisfy its own 1041 criteria.
So, but if Larimer County approved the 1041 for the NISP project, and then it is currently being litigated based on its route, then theoretically, if it's approved after litigation, then that's a go-ahead. But let's say the county commissioners approve your route, couldn't it be appealed also?
It theoretically could.
Okay.
All right, so we'll have opportunity for discussion. I want to make sure that this is our opportunity for questions.
I have one
I
more.
think those are a lot of good discussion points that we should probably meet out in our discussion time. But if there are questions, these are appropriate.
Well, let me ask one more, and then that'll at least clarify this. If the two lines were co-located, would there be more impacts than just than this project will do, or is that it makes it there's more problems? How's that?
Are you asking if the two pipelines are co-located along their entire length?
Yes.
Would the cumulative impact be greater than the sum of its parts, so to speak?
Oh, you're good. Yeah.
That's not an analysis that was conducted, right? This is an application for our pipeline, so we analyzed the impact of our pipeline along the preferred alignment. That
Where we are right now, we're co-locating some of the lines.
Right, and in the areas
that saves some impacts.
In the areas where we are co-located, those impacts are analyzed as part of the package that's in front of you. But I don't think that we have an analysis of a what-if scenario if they were both along the entire same alignment. I think that's just not evidence that's available.
I'm done. I beat myself up.
I have a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
Forgive me so I can find my note on this. Mr. Donovan was one of the commenters, the attorney, and he said something about the pipeline being a high hazard. Can you explain that to me?
I think I want to ask Tim Yelico to address his comments because you wrote the letter in response, right? So we have a letter in the file that's in response to his comments, but I don't think he said the pipeline was high hazard. I think he said their facilities were high hazard and that the risk was created by us being close to them.
Yeah, I think so. And the water pipeline that we're building, it's not a flammable material, and it's got cameras all the way through it. It could be shut down when it needs to be
Will you please
shut
lift
down.
up the microphone just
Sorry.
because we.
So I don't understand, I'm sorry, the high hazard piece of that. Yeah.
He's saying their facility is high hazard.
Oh, okay. Well, you might need to talk about that then.
Yeah, what Mr. Donovan said is the dam for Windsor Reservoir number 8 is classified as a high hazard dam, which is true. The Colorado Division of Dam Safety classifies dams based on, in the event of a failure, what would be the impacts. And if there's significant impacts to life or property, they become classified as high hazard dams. So a large number of dams in Colorado, if they were to fail, would have significant impacts to property and potential loss of life. So it's just a classification situation. And Mr. Donovan also mentioned that, we in our response to his inquiry are more than willing to coordinate the design of our facilities in proximity to their facilities, which will also fall under the jurisdiction of the Division of Dam Safety. And if I understood Mr. Donovan correctly, was wanting it to be included as a condition of approval that we would, definitely provide them the design drawings and collaborate with them as well as the Division of Dam Safety.
So the location of the Thornton pipeline or facility or whatever, would that increase the hazard for the dam?
The hazard of the dam is defined by the classification. Construction adjacent to and even through dams is permitted by the Division of Dam Safety. So they have permitting authority, review authority for the approval. So from an engineering perspective, there are design processes where you can construct adjacent to or through a dam without causing the dam to fail.
And if that dam were to fail, who does it affect?
Everybody downstream.
Which is? I don't, without the map, I don't remember where that particular dam is. So
the Division of Dam Safety requires dam owners to do a dam failure analysis. So they use a sophisticated model, have an engineering consultant do a dam break analysis and predict what the extent of the flood wave from a dam failure. And it's part of having a permit to have a dam, to own and operate a dam.
Right.
So it's highly regulated.
I understand.
Yeah.
I mean, but part of the assessment is the risk
Yeah.
to Larimer County residents, and so that's why I asked the question.
Yeah. I mean, we could ask the state engineer for their dam break analysis to see what the inundation area is, or they could provide it.
Okay, thank you.
I actually had more questions, sorry. If that's all right.
On the same topic?
Is it on the same topic?
I have a real canal question, but
Go for it.
but not this second. I have some concerns about effects on agriculture, and I know that these are temporary effects that you're talking about, but I would like to ask you, and I didn't see any of this in your packet. Thank you for that, by the way. Traffic on roads that are either closed or taken down to one lane in certain times of the year in the country will have a significant impact on agriculture. And I'm thinking about harvest, and sometimes harvest gets a little crazy, especially when the weather starts to turn. And we're talking not just a truck or a tractor, we're talking about hundreds of vehicle trips in a day, maybe more than 100, and it's very time sensitive. Have you reached out to farmers? Have you talked to them about that? Are you willing to change times when you're working there, or stop working?
I want to answer one part of the question, but I would like Gerald to answer the question about routing construction traffic relative to agriculture. As you see in the application, the proposed construction window is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday, because that is the construction window that is in Larimer County's code. It could be possible for alternative times to be implemented, but they would have to be with the specific individual permission of Larimer County. So just, that's kind of the baseline of what's in the application right now. But as it relates to your question about how we plan to accommodate and make sure that we don't interrupt the agricultural traffic, I'd like to ask Gerald to answer that.
Yeah, so the specific question is related to impacts to traffic on public roads at different times.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think part of the presentation, there's only 6% of the alignment that is actually constructed in the public right-of-way. And 5 of those are road crossings, and each road crossing is generally anticipated to take 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't expect huge traffic delays while we're crossing a road. And then there are 2 locations where we're actually in the right-of-way and parallel to it. We're on 56, and that's anticipated to take 20 days to construct while we're in the right-of-way. And then on 52, we're anticipated to be in the road for 10 days. Now, the traffic counts, which we get from the county for County Road 56, is on the order of between 108 and 118 vehicles per day. And on County Road 52...
I'm talking about big trucks going from one farm to another and having to do it quickly and get back to the field. And you're going down County Road 9 on the west side of the interstate, and then you're crossing the interstate and going across, is that 40? Those are heavy traffic areas for trucks. I'm talking mostly about
Yeah,
corn
and
silage.
those are trenchlessly crossed. We're not constructing in the road right of way.
So the road will be completely open?
The road will be
That's
completely
great.
open at Giddings, and Interstate 25 is a 350-foot
That's
tunnel underneath it.
yeah.
So the
And-
major roads, anything that's really paved, except for where we're parallel with NISP in 52.
So are you in the right of way going down County Road 9?
Pardon?
Are you in the right of way going down?
In 9 is Giddings, right? That's
It's
Giddings
not
Road.
9. It's
Yes,
the,
it is.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not, we only cross the right of way just south of 56, and that will be a trenchless crossing where it'll be tunneled underneath the road.
And what about going I guess that's County Road 6? It's your, what the 6 is on the map. It would be 7,
East
County Road 7.
54. East County Road 54 is the east-west. Is that right?
North-south.
Yeah, is it item 6 up there?
Yes.
Douglas Road, is that, no, that's 54.
It's where 54 crosses,
Yeah.
whatever that north-south is.
Yeah, and that is proposed because it's a gravel road to be open cut and maintaining traffic, one way of traffic, while we do the crossing, which we anticipate is a week's worth of construction. Now, you specifically are asking about conversations with, farmers about access. Thornton is fine with doing construction outside of the irrigation season versus when they're actively growing crops. We do that a lot of times with the ditch companies where we do our crossings.
I'm talking about harvest, not, I mean.
Yeah, and this would be
this
after
will
the
not interrupt
harvest,
irrigation.
that we would do it in the winter months. So it becomes a discussion with the individual property owners.
Well, I would encourage, that's what I'm asking is,
Yeah.
it just didn't seem like it had occurred to you.
Pardon?
From your packet, it really, there was no mention of it. And you're in farm country, and you kind of have to pay attention to that.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's enough. I have a real live canal question, and I don't know if maybe, John, you can handle this. Am I allowed to talk to him?
Yep.
The diversion point for this project is the same as the diversion point that they were using before, that farmers were using before to get their water through the Larimer Canal. And so while this diversion of water won't affect the Pooter, it will affect anyone on that canal that uses groundwater. Is that fair, or there's still going to be water in that canal from other users?
There would be water in that canal, and we're getting sort of to the edge of things, but basically the hydrology related to those canals will not be changed until you get down to a point where they take their water out, and at that point, they've litigated that through the water courts.
So there's no wells that would be affected, or maybe the ditch is concrete. You tell me. But
I don't want to get too far afield, but line ditches have adverse effects on other water users. It's one of the reasons.
I know I'm taking a lot of the time, but this is the only shot we got. So if I can read you from our packet, a letter from a water supply and storage, I guess to us. And it says the company, being Water Supply and Storage Company, has concerns with the possibility of Thornton altering company operations by bypassing the company's river head gate. And that would be, what head gate are they talking about? That's the one.
That would be up to water court to determine.
Well, it's an existing head gate. It's where the water is going right now to the Larimer Canal, is my thought.
Ms.
Chairman,
White,
I
if
may,
you
I
could
think-
answer that question, thank
I
you.
think we can, yeah. So I believe the letter you're referring to, and if you give me the date, I'll just get it in front of me and confirm, but I believe the letter you're referring to from WISC was their comment on an alternative that was proposed by opponents to the pipeline in the previous iteration, suggesting that rather than a pipeline, the water ought to be transported in a canal. And WISC was saying that they would not agree with that alternative because they had concerns that it would harm other users and so on. That alternative is not part of our proposal today.
Mhm. I guess I didn't read that right, but it says, the company holds paramount its obligation to deliver water to its agricultural shareholders. That would be other shareholders besides Thornton, consistent with historical practice, without injury from Thornton's operations.
Emily, you want to help me out there?
And Commissioner Slutsky, just for our reference, could you let us know what page of the packet you're seeing that on?
It's 1499.
Thank you very much.
So Carolyn is right. That is it is a letter from the previous application when the community was requesting, similar to what you've heard tonight, that Thornton just convey the water through the canal, further out, pick it up at a farming headgate further down. And WISC's position was that they would not support that because it had negative impacts to agricultural operations. So that's kind of the first piece. Your second piece about impacts to well users along the canal or other irrigators that use that same canal when Thornton takes its water out at WISC number 3. As John said, that is absolutely what was litigated in the water court process. So Thornton has significant terms. We have to provide ditch loss to the canal in order to maintain historic diversions to those irrigators. So that's supported by not only the decree, but our 1986 agreement between Water Supply and Storage Company. We can't impact irrigation. We also have to deal with impacts to potential well users. So we actually have recharge pits that are required as part of our water court decree to make sure that return flows to the groundwater continue to be met. So those are all things that were litigated in the 10 years that we spent in water court and the Supreme Court. And we are in the process of implementing a lot of those measures to make sure that we are in adherence with our decree and in adherence with our agreement with Water Supply and Storage Company.
Okay.
And Commissioner Slutsky, perhaps it might be helpful for me to clarify, just looking at that letter. That is a letter that was associated with the file for the previous Thornton pipeline application from
missed the date. I see
2018,
it.
which is a different alignment.
Okay, but while you're there, can you tell me if Thornton makes developers bring water to new developments when they ask for a permit? Or are you providing the water to?
Does Thornton require developers to dedicate water rights when they seek a permit in Thornton? Again, I'm going to ask Emily to help answer that.
Thornton operates in a cash in lieu system. We build our own water rights portfolio and infrastructure. So rather than asking developers to go and acquire specific water rights, we acquire them, we build the infrastructure. They pay a connection fee when new development comes in to essentially buy into that system. And
So-
that allows us to maximize our
So the tap fees cover?
tap fees. Yep.
Okay.
Commissioner Rowe.
Yep. So sticking to the topic of agricultural impacts, just crowdsourcing this one. So there was a gentleman earlier, a citizen participant, who was asking about restoration of topsoil and then maybe impacts to drainage. I'm sure that's negotiated on kind of an individual basis, but could you just respond generally, kind of what you guys think your approach will be there?
Again, I'm going to rely on someone else on the team to answer that in a technical way, but I would just note while they're coming to the podium that there was also a condition of approval proposed by staff to address that, asking that we set aside and conserve the topsoil during construction and use the same topsoil in the same location back. So that is one of the conditions of approval, and it is not one to which we objected.
Thank you.
So if that's a sufficient answer, or I can try to get someone else to give you a
I think
more
that's
technical
probably
answer.
sufficient unless there's more to say about it. Yeah.
More to say about topsoil?
Yep. We can be good. And then the next question was on, so also hazard area, but this is the one that you guys used for your, as one of your alignment criteria or ranking criteria. What do you guys mean with that? So you have feet of alignment crossing hazard area. What is that hazard area?
I think I need Gerald to help me answer that one as well.
Yeah, I think Larimer County defines specific hazards, and floodplains are a hazard, as well as certain areas that are geologic hazards, and then there's the whole wildfire hazard. So in this area, the only hazard is the floodplain of Box Elder Creek. And so since it was a land use code criteria, we use it as a site selection factor, but our alternatives cross it in one of two locations, a southern location where it's wider or a northern location where it's narrower. And so when we were scoring our alternatives, where we crossed it in the more narrow, it scored better than if we crossed it in the wider. Now the preferred crosses it in the wider because it scored higher in other areas.
Sure.
So it was the Box Elder floodplain.
And so that particular hazard as it relates to a water pipeline, is there an impact, I guess, to you, or is it to the county, I guess? Or
I think it's a combination where the county, and Stephen, you can correct me if I'm wrong, if we're building something where there's a planned flood control facility, the county wants to make sure that we're not building where a future project might be. And they're also concerned about the hazard to us. If our pipeline fails, what would it cause? What damages would it cause? And so one of the conditions of approval is a requirement to do a scour analysis to determine what depth to place the pipeline and other protections to the pipeline so it doesn't become a hazard to others. Does that capture it, Stephen?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Yeah, that's all I have, and I really appreciate all your responses.
I'd just like to note for the record, because I don't think Mr. Rothwell has introduced himself, that response was provided by Stephen Rothwell from engineering.
Go ahead.
Earlier on in either your presentation or an answer to a question, you repeated the same phrase a couple times. You said there's virtually no long-term impact. Noticeably, you added the word virtually. So can you explain that clarification to me and where we might find long-term impacts that are virtually there?
That was probably a poor choice of words on my part, because certainly from an analytical, technical standpoint, in all of the documents that we submitted, we were not able to identify any long-term impacts. So what comes to mind when you ask me that question is the photograph that Todd Barnes showed towards the beginning that said, well, there are water pipelines all over the state and you probably don't notice them because they're underground. So, and he showed a picture, and in the picture there was a place where it was, like a little pipe that stuck up above the ground, indicating that there was a pipeline underneath there. So I think, there are no long-term negative impacts because all of the impacts will be short-term, temporary during construction and mitigated once this pipeline is installed and it's underground. That's really what the technical analysis shows.
So for Mr. Steidel, who was concerned about his family farm and the impacts to that family farm, so for him, not a long-term impact is approximately how long till the mitigation restores his property back to what it is right now?
I think I'd like to ask Gerald to come back and address that for you because I think part of it is the time you asked till restoration, right, is complete. So there's the time period during construction, which all of those time periods are a very short duration. Nope, not Gerald, but please. There's the construction and all the times differ. I'm not sure exactly which stretch Mr. Steidel's farm is in, whether it's in the one where Gerald said it's going to be 5 days or maybe 20 days or so, whatever that time period is, and then there's the revegetation time. But I think Emily would like to speak to that just a little bit more.
I just add a couple of things in that it is going to be very site specific and we work with the farmer. And so in Mr. Seidel's case, we understand he grows alfalfa. It has, some crops can be simply restored the next year and a farmer can be compensated for crop loss for 1 year. In a crop like alfalfa, it takes several years in order to regenerate. And so our intention would be to work specifically with the landowner and the impacts to their property to make sure that they're properly compensated for that short-term impact, even if it does take longer in certain instances than others. And Gerald is here now.
Well, and I was just reminded, I mean, the project in other areas has been under construction design. We've got two elements of almost 16 miles that is getting started and 7 miles in the ground, another segment that's 12 miles in the ground. And restoration is something that the team is familiar with. It's included in our documents. The agreements that we enter into with the property owners, we get into specifying how we compensate them for that period of time it takes to recover. Because we are coming through with a disturbance area that's 90 feet wide, and it will take time for that recover, and they get compensated for those what are referred to as crop damages. So, but we have experience because the project has been under, design and construction for a number of years now.
Okay, and then on the easement, is that and you'll have to forgive my ignorance on this, but with an easement over a water utility, does that mean that if in the future Mr. Steidel or someone else sold their property to a developer, which is pretty common in the northern part of our community, right? Would they be required, if it's cutting through the property, are they required to provide continued access to that or a roadway over it to protect it or different things of that nature?
A subsequent purchaser would take subject to that easement, meaning whatever the terms are, whatever it says, the subsequent owner of the property abides by the terms the same as the current owner of the property.
And what are those terms?
They're going to be customized, as Emily said, for each property owner.
So in essence, that somebody could, if it's customized, like I'm just using Mr. Steidel because he's the easiest one, right? And it says that you have to provide an access point at all times. Does that then decrease his opportunity to sell that to a developer? Because often that eliminates a lot of uses on a property.
I see what you're saying.
In my experience.
Does the fact that they've sold us an easement decrease the marketability of their property in the future or decrease the price they could get?
Right, depending on what the use is, right?
Yeah.
Because certain uses, it works and some it doesn't. And so I'm asking, is that being taken into consideration? Because to me, I think we have to look past more than one level of virtually no impacts.
I think that would be also customized and negotiated on a case-by-case basis with each property owner and become part of the negotiations.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask another easement question since we're on that subject? So with the access easements, I understand that's a case-by-case basis to negotiate with landowners. And it was mentioned tonight that there are no letters of support from landowners currently in the application. What happens if you don't get willing landowners to sell the easements for this project?
Well, they have condemnation authority,
They do?
which is outside the scope of what we can consider.
Okay, thank you.
But to go back on the easement, there are things you're not going to allow. You're not going to allow detention ponds over your pipe, correct?
Probably not. Detention pond over the pipe?
Generally, the standard easement document just is property owner can't do anything that, disturbs Thornton's use. Everything's, typically done on a case-by-case basis. And if they want to do something, have a discussion, and, it all depends on if it's interfering with Thornton's use of an access for maintenance purposes. I mean, I think there are some places where we may have the pipeline that may be going through a detention area in a development in rain dance. But it's a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
Our preference would be no, but, Thornton's pretty open to having discussions with property owners about what are the conditions for us purchasing the easement. Access is very important so that we can do maintenance if necessary.
Thank you. Other questions? Go ahead.
I have another question from Mr. Donovan. He asked about the Pooter augmentation flows. Ms. Hunt, can you comment on that?
Mr. Chair, in a way, this relates to the benefits discussion, which we deferred to a later date. Would you care to hear that now in context, or do you want to just quick, short answer to the question?
I think, let me ask this. The question that Mr. Donovan asked was, is that part of the criteria, and is that something that's going to be required via condition or otherwise going to be considered it that way? And I'll defer to Frank on that, but I understood that it's not, and that's from my review of the packet, that it's not part of the application, it's extra.
Well, I'm not going to speak for Thornton on what their presentation is. Thornton can present what they think is an appropriate package. To the extent that that package includes some sort of benefits, those benefits and any decision made by this commission needs to be tied to the criteria that are before this commission and the impacts of the pipeline on this particular project. To the extent there's no tie between or connection between those things and the criteria that Mr. Barnett outlined, then it's outside the scope of what we're considering here. So Thornton can present what they want to present as far as why they think it does or doesn't meet the criteria. And this board can consider those criteria. The point is, like I say in many of these meetings, it always comes back to sticking to the criteria.
Well, with that, can you respond?
Sure. I would say that we do have some information we wanted to present to this commission. It was intended to be for your information, to help you understand how Thornton views its role in Larimer County as a good steward and how it intends to continue to participate in all of the stewardship activities that it has participated in and the additional things that Thornton proposes to do. But Frank is right that it is not mitigation for impact, because as both the chair and Frank have indicated and John indicated, there aren't impacts that would justify the type of mitigation that this benefits package would equate to. So we wanted to tell you about what a great steward Thornton is, because a lot of arguments and accusations have been made to the contrary, and we think it's important for you to hear this information. But it is correct that it is not a requirement of the criteria.
Go ahead, Jordana.
Go ahead.
Please repeat your question.
Yeah, I'm torn to ask follow-up questions because from what I've read in the board packet, I do think that our community would benefit by understanding what else is going into this project. So it's less for criteria, I guess, in my decision, more for public benefit of hearing. But so because of that, I think I will not ask for full presentation around that. I will point back to Ms. Day's comment, though, about her experience as a neighbor to a property, to an agricultural property that is owned by Thornton. And I guess I'll let you kind of respond to that first and then ask another question.
Yes, thank you for that. Thornton does have an agricultural stewardship office in Alt, Colorado, where we've got 3 staff members that help manage the acreage that we own in Larimer and Weld County. And as Ms. Day indicated, she's correct. Much of that acreage is leased to local farmers for irrigated agriculture. In many instances, about 2/3 of our properties are leased for irrigated agriculture. The other third is in dryland grasses. So they're either cut and baled or they're leased to local cattle ranchers. I don't know the specific property that she's referring to, and I wasn't able to catch her before she leaves. But we work really closely with our tenants, our farmers, to be good land stewards. They are our property managers. Our farmers are, and so they take great pride in the way that they manage and steward their property, and we are there to help them do that in a way that's supportive of them in the community. We do provide most of our acres are in Weld County. We do have around 1,600 acres in Larimer County, and every year we provide an agricultural stewardship report to both the Weld County commissioners and Larimer County. In Weld County, we actually meet with our commissioners every year to review our ongoing practices and to address any issues like this. If we have an occurrence where they hear from one of their residents, we use that opportunity to talk to them about it and to make sure that it's resolved quickly. We don't have that opportunity to meet with Larimer County, but we have always offered it, and we have also always provided that report to the county. I think probably for about the last 7 years. So we take it seriously. We really want to be good neighbors. We want to support our farmers if they're having conflicts with adjacent property owners. And my intention is to talk to our stewardship folks tomorrow and see what we can get done about the property that she was referring to. But as I mentioned, we want to be good stewards and good agricultural partners up here because it's our farmers and our ranchers that really are on the ground managing this property in a really quality way. So is that responsive to you?
Sure. And then, sorry. I guess my follow-up question would be related to condition number 8 that you guys are asking to be removed from the approval. You mentioned several different wildlife plan, all these different plans that you guys have. This particular stewardship plan, has it been adopted by the City Council of Thornton?
Not yet. And so can I address 2 things about condition 8 just to kind of clarify things? One of the concerns about condition 8, as Carolyn mentioned, is that it actually wraps in properties that are not just along the pipeline alignment, it wraps in Thornton's acreage in Larimer County. And so our first response to that is managed under the water court decree. We have land use restrictions and regulations that we have to comply with in our decree around revegetation obligations. We have to get our properties certified by the Natural Resources Conservation Service as self-sustaining dryland grasses. So we have to adhere to our water court decree, and so any additional requirement put on Thornton's acreage, not the pipeline impact, but the acreage, we believe is as Carolyn mentioned, kind of out of the purview of this process because it's our decree, and also because the Court of Appeals also indicated that cumulative impacts to agriculture are also kind of off the table. So those are the two main reasons why we push back on that. What you're referring to is our Northern Property Stewardship Plan, which is above and beyond our acreage, our decree restrictions, and it's been a community-driven process. I'm getting down the road of my presentation now, but it's a community-driven process that we've spent the last 2.5 years on. With 25 different stakeholders that have helped us look at our properties in Larimer and Weld County and identify the best future land uses for them so that Thornton can meet its water use needs, but so that we can also meet the visions of the local communities in which our properties are in, and also try to support agricultural resiliency. And so that is something we are doing. We started it in 2015. We did our planning process essentially in 2021, 22, 23. To your question, has it been formally adopted? Not yet. We've completed our analyses, and we will be going to council later this year for an adoption of the actual implementation of the plan. But the entire planning process and the studies that go along with it have been completed.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Chair
Chair Choate, if I may follow up on that question. So condition of approval 8 found on the bottom of page 22 is about the reclamation and land stewardship to manage nuisance conditions. And I guess there's one sentence in there that indicates that it could include dedicating the land through conservation easements, etc., but it's not saying empirically you must do this. It's just leaving the door open that the county would like to see how that's going to be managed. So are you in disagreement with that condition because of its general nature? I mean, it's not dictating how you shall do this. It's just leaving the door open that you need to come up with a plan. So are you not in agreement with actually having a plan to reclaim, or you just don't like that they're making suggestions on how you shall do it?
Mr. Chair, I'm jumping in only because I'm looking at condition 8 on page 22, and there's a couple things here, but Emily just alluded to it, which is that this condition is for all of Thornton's land within Larimer County. So not just along the pipeline route, but the other farmland that it owns that has nothing to do with the pipeline. And that is the land which is governed by the water court decree. So that is the concern that we have with this condition, which is that neither we nor Larimer County really have the authority to agree to other things other than what is part of the plan that's already been approved by the court as it relates to that other property. If this condition were rewritten to say you should come up with a plan for what you're going to do along the pipeline route, then that's a totally different story.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Still on that condition 8, so don't run away. Come back. I know. You wore flat shoes. You were smart. So I guess my reading of this condition, I understand what you're saying, but my reading of this condition 8, everything about it aligns with the values of Larimer County and how much we value our open space and native grasses and conservation areas. And I don't think it's anything that's overly burdensome. Do you not think that and I'm fascinated to know that the city of Thornton owns so much land nowhere near Thornton, and it's a little alarming to me just because, I moved away from Denver, so, do you not think that you have an obligation to make a commitment to Larimer County as technically residents of this county to be good stewards of the land and try to line up with the values of what we value up here?
That might be the benefits package that we're avoiding talking about.
Well, it's really just kind of a yes or no question.
This is outside our scope. The Court of Appeals have already said very clearly. We're talking about what the Court of Appeals was talking about was the dry up of land and the effect of drying up farmland in Larimer County. It's off limits. And so it's not that they won't do these things. It's that they have argued that these are outside of our scope. There are things that we can't do. We can't take into consideration.
I understand that, but then why is it listed as a condition from staff?
Good question for staff, probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ms. White, one quick question, very quickly, on benefits. Is it the position of the city of Thornton that the benefits package provided is not related to any of the review criteria in front of us tonight?
That's right. It's really an additional proposal of how Thornton proposes to interact with Larimer County going forward.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I would like to know what staff thinks of this condition number 8. If you're all right with us throwing it out, or perhaps you would like to edit it a little bit.
I believe, Commissioner Slutsky, you may need to repeat that question so that Mr. Barnett can hear it.
Are you all right
so
with
Frank
this?
can hear it, sorry.
deleting number 8, or would you rather edit it?
Well, I mean, ultimately, that's a decision that you all are going to have to make. I mean, I think from the staff's perspective, to the extent that, as Ms. White said, there are impacts along the route, they definitely need to deal with the impacts along the route. I think that Mr. Choate has outlined some of the concerns otherwise about what the Court of Appeals said, but, so, it really is up to you all. I mean, I think the other thing to consider is just ensuring that to the extent the construction and things go on don't cause dust, don't cause other issues like that, is sort of what Condition 8 was trying to get at.
So this could be, I said could, be limited just to the land around the project.
Well, I think that's certainly tied to that condition, yeah, not causing impacts clearly through the construction of the project.
We can get our lawyer to work on that.
I have another question that's probably better answered by staff, is on impacts, and kind of brought up before about the impacts with road construction and how that might impact harvest. County Road 9 is a major thoroughfare for our farmers up to any sugar beet farmers and such that go due north through Wellington to where they need to go. And in my experience, any kind of road construction on County Road 9 becomes a big deal because any narrowing of the roads prevents those combines and such to get through. Is there a way for us to add a condition that doesn't impact those folks during harvest season?
I mean, I guess there's two parts of that question. As far as you saying, can you add a condition? I would look to the planning and attorney staff, but I don't see why not. I believe that there is only a crossing proposed, an open cut crossing proposed across 9. I might check with the applicant. What'd you say? It's a trenchless. Okay, so there, as proposed, just to confirm, there wouldn't be any road impacts to County Road 9.
Not even at County Road 56. Not one narrowing construction zone. Sorry, you can't get through here with your big combine and your sugar beets that gotta go. Okay.
Are there any other questions before we bring it back to the planning commissioners for discussion?
Mr. Chair, just so I want to make sure we're procedurally in the right place here, because what sort of happened was we did public comment, and then the applicant had an opportunity to come back up. We did question and answer. I just want to make sure that we've covered the rebuttal to the public comment to ensure that any desire of the applicant to rebut anything that the public commenter said has been afforded to them.
That seems very reasonable. Ms. White?
Certainly happy to do that now if there are no more questions. All right. Well, you heard some commentary and feedback about a variety of subjects. I'm not going to address every single comment. Some of them we did talk about in Q&A, but a couple of big picture things that I do feel necessary to mention in conclusion. First and foremost, I think it's been said plenty of times, but let's dispense with the down the river, Poudre River option. That is not an option. It's not a viable option. It's been reiterated several times in our presentation by staff, by the Court of Appeals. There's just really no question about that. And I know you heard some testimony about that, and I know you've seen some letters about that suggesting that there might be other options that you ought to look at or that you ought to have required us to look at. But the framework that we all are operating in here is pretty clear that that cannot be a consideration, and it can't even be a consideration that you think we should have looked at that option. So just want to, really get that off the table. I don't want to belabor it. We have a couple slides on it if you would like to see the exact language from the Court of Appeals. But really the decision before you is the preferred alternative that we proposed, that we showed you on the maps, that is the subject of all the analysis in all of the materials in your packet, Does it meet those 49 criteria and sub-criteria in the code? And all of the evidence in the record indicates that it does. I know there is one letter in the record from Mr. Walkner, which does specifically mention 5 of the criteria and argue that those criteria were not met. And the reason that he argues those criteria were not met all have to do with Save the Pooters' preferred option, which, as we just discussed, is not an option. So there is really no evidence in the record specifically addressing any of the criteria. The other evidence you have, in addition to all of the materials and technical materials that we submitted, is you have the staff report, which analyzed very thoroughly each of the 49 criteria and sub-criteria, and in certain cases proposed a condition of approval in order to address the criteria if they felt that more information or more activity would be required in order to meet the criterion. And as I mentioned, with a couple of wording changes that we hope to work out with staff, and that one criteria number 8 that we've been talking about, we're generally in agreement with the majority of the criteria that staff are proposing, and they are all things that Thornton is willing to do and was planning to do. There was one member of the public who raised some concerns about noise from the pump station. And although we did cover that in our presentation, I'd like to ask if we could get that slide up briefly, and I can tell you what slide number it is.
Go to slide 48.
Thank you. So while we're looking at that, I just want to, I'll summarize what I want to say about noise, and then we'll get the slide up so you can see it visually. But there was noise modeling performed of the facility at the proposed pump station, and this graphic depicts the output of that noise modeling. So the main standard that you use to address this is your noise ordinance, whether or not it exceeds the maximum noise level at the property line or at the nearest residential property line. And what you see here on this slide is obviously the most noise is closest in. That's the green, and then the yellow, and then the red. The other way around. Purple, then yellow, then red, going outwards. And the other thing you can see is the place where all these measurements were taken. So for example, over on the bottom right, location R3, the measurement was 25 decibels, well below the maximum limit in the code. Location R4, 34 decibels. Again, well below the maximum limitation in the code. So based on all our modeling, there is every indication that there is not going to be any amount of noise emanating from the pump station that exceeds the standard. However, if there were to be noise that exceeds the standard, there are a variety of mitigation measures that could be implemented. And for that reason, staff has proposed a condition with which we agree, which is that after this is constructed, that another noise study ought to be conducted which measures the actual noise output. And if that study reveals that there are any exceedances of the code maximum, that we would then be required to implement some of those mitigation measures. So that is this whole question of the pump station and its potential impact on private property, including specifically noise, is really one of the fundamental issues that was addressed with this new alignment that's being proposed in 2023 compared to the prior alignment, in which the pump station was located much closer to other properties and other residences. So this proposed alignment with this proposed pump station location, I think most residents would agree, is a significant improvement over that. And there is all of the noise modeling indicates that it will be well below any type of, coming anywhere near the standard. So just wanted to mention that. And then talk just a little bit about the criteria and meeting the criteria and minimizing the impact. We talked about all the ways in which the route selection itself minimizes the impact, and you delved into some detail like how the criteria were weighted, and it's more important that we minimize the number of property owners affected compared to co-locating with NISP, right? The criteria were weighted in that way, and one of the reasons is that your code says the very first criterion for 1041 is thou shalt not impact the property. Thou shalt minimize impacts on private property. And so that really was one of the reasons why that was the most important criteria. It was also the most important criteria for site selection as a result of the community feedback, both at the open house and in the survey. This alignment has the fewest number of private properties impacted. It minimizes the wetlands crossing. It minimizes the traffic impacts, as we just talked about. It also minimizes temporary disruption to agricultural lands. And we also have a very detailed construction plan that includes providing the opportunity for people to report concerns and get a response, maintaining a 24-hour hotline, using water trucks, covered loads, and other strategies to mitigate dust. All of these were things that were part of our mitigation implementation plan proposals that are being proposed to be converted into conditions of approval by staff, which the City of Thornton agrees to comply with. Ultimately, staff has not identified any significant inconsistencies with respect to the planning, construction, and operation of the proposal, particularly in comparison to the other proposals that have been evaluated recently by Larimer County this year, and we've already talked about Newt 3 and about NISP. So, the one other thing that was mentioned in public comment that I want to address is there was some mention of other potential pipelines being part of the application. There is only one pipeline that is part of this application. There is no other pipeline, and approving this pipeline only approves this pipeline as shown in the application. It does not approve 3 pipelines. So just to make sure the record is really, really clear on that. So all of the evidence in the record supports the conclusion that the criteria are met, and none of the testimony in opposition provides evidence that the criteria are not met. And so for that reason, we'd like to ask you to recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners of the 2023 pipeline application. Thank you for your time and attention to our presentation this evening.
Thank you very much. Mr. Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. Some concerns raised earlier by the attorney for Windsor Reservoir Company. They are already a reviewing agency on the 1041 application. They will be a reviewing referral agency on the technical review. One of the things we did in recognition of the characteristics of one of their dams as a potential high hazard dam is we added the Dam Safety Administration as a reviewing agency late. They did not get comments in. Nonetheless, they will be a reviewing agency for the final, so that for the technical review. Obviously, they're pretty important. I think legally they would have to be a reviewing entity anyway, but we want to make sure they're involved. One of the things about the letter that came in from Thornton, it came in yesterday with a slightly glitched numbering system, kind of mistake I'd make. And they sent one today, which I have not even had the opportunity to look at, so I can't really speak to that. But I did commit to them that we would work through those issues and have something ready for the Board of County Commissioners. So.
John, very quickly, getting comment from the Dam Safety Authority or their board, are you going to seek comment from them prior to going to the county commissioners or only for technical review?
For technical review, basically what they are looking for, it's an engineering process that they will go through. I'm not sure what exactly they're going to require, but it's primarily deals with engineering, the geotechnical, the base of the dam, et cetera. So it didn't seem to me to be a land use issue that would affect whether or not you could approve the pipeline. So we did not make a recommendation based on any assumption that they'd come out and not provide a permit and that the engineering would not be feasible.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. Unless there's anything further, I'm going to bring it back to the planning commissioners for discussion.
Chair Choate, members of the Planning Commission, in listening to a lot of the deliberation and the concerns brought on by the members of the public, as well as just some clarification in our discussion and questioning of staff, I would like to consider adding 2 conditions of approval. Well, not making an amendment to one, but adding another. I'd like to consider amending condition of approval 8 to reflect that the pipeline only, as it reflects back to criteria T of the standard 1041 regulations, that there is a direct mirrored correlation. Just amending it to only be for the pipeline area. And then we were, Commissioner Duffy, you were just having a dialogue with Mr. Barnett, and I think that knowing that the State Division of Dam Safety and that the Windsor Reservoir Company, I don't know if that's the correct name, but it was Windsor Reservoir 8, that they will be a referral entity. I'm wondering, and I'd like to hear from the other commissioners, if you think that additional condition of approval when they submit their technical review application, that the applicant is showing some contact has been made, both with Windsor Reservoir and the Colorado Division of Dam Safety, prior to submitting that application, knowing that those 2 entities will be referral agencies, and maybe staff can kind of come up with some potential language if it, excuse me, if my other commissioners think that that would be good, just to recognize that yes, they are a referral agency. However, we have heard some concerns, and we would like follow-up to occur beyond just sending the referral. An acknowledgement that there could be an issue, and maybe there is no issue, but just understanding what that issue may be.
Well, what are you asking them to do besides receive a referral response?
Maybe stipulating that the applicant has an obligation to provide evidence of coordination with the State of Colorado Division of Dam Safety and resolve the safety concerns expressed by Windsor Reservoir number 8. And this is supported by the standard 1041 condition of approval, K, Q, and T.
I took some notes there. We can get to that. Others?
I was just going to respond. Those suggestions make sense to me. It sounds like this is still kind of a work in progress. So in addition to that, it seems like we want to make sure that staff still feels like they have a free hand to work out the details on the remaining conditions. And it sounds like that's happening anyway. So.
Well, I'll comment. Not about the conditions, which are not bad. I think I'm supportive of the application. I think it meets the requirements. I know that there are legitimate, very legitimate concerns from our neighbors and our community about the health of the Poudre River, and it's just outside of the purview of what we're talking about. We're talking about a pipeline, and a pipeline that could have all sorts of different things in it, and just happens to have river water in it. And I think that this application is a good one, and it's better than the last one, and it's different than the last one. And the effort that Thornton has put into this one is better than the last one. And primarily, I think that, I look through the conditions. I look through Mr. Barnett's report, and I think it's solid. And I look through the conditions, and yeah, looks like they could probably use a little cleanup here and there. I don't know about condition 8. I kind of think it's outside our scope. I don't know how we can really make it I think it makes sense that it's applicable only to the pipeline corridor and not to the other 1,600 acres. But I don't know if we can really make that amend it to make it fit. And so I kind of want to just punt on that one and let the county commissioners wrestle with it. But that's just my thoughts. But overall, I think that this is a solid application, and nobody's going to be happy. But the river water has nothing to do with it. I mean, that's all there is to it. The river water has nothing to do with it. The dry up of the farms has nothing to do with it. We're looking at a pipeline. And I don't want to be the government that overreaches and says, well, I can extract something, and so I will. It's unfortunate, but I just don't think that the river water has anything to do with it. So I'll be supporting the application. Go ahead.
Can I still ask questions then of staff during discussion? Is that?
Go for it.
I keep getting hung up on, and I'm hoping you can answer for me then. In our conditions that we can consider, one of them is letter C. The applicant has adequately considered reasonable siting and design alternatives, including co-location when requested by Larimer County, or shown why such alternatives are not available or not feasible, and the proposed project is the best alternative available based on consideration of consistency with the comprehensive plan, land use code need, existing technology cost, and impact on the site and surrounding property. That's one thing we can consider. The second one is F, which I think actually the Save Our Pooter guy mentioned. The proposed project demonstrates how it mitigates impacts on rivers, streams, and wetlands to the greatest extent possible, including following a mitigation hierarchy to first avoid impacts to resources of highest value, second minimize the impacts that are unavoidable, and finally mitigate the impacts that occur. So the reason I'm hung up on those is that it says that Larimer County specifically requested co-location with the NISP pipeline. And when we asked the presenters what the evaluation of the overall impacts would be, would it be significantly less or significantly more if they followed the NISP pipeline the whole way? That wasn't fully considered. And the answer was because they couldn't consider, or they were considering each of the projects separately, like considering their pipeline regardless of whether the NISP project went forward, is the way I think I understand it. And so my question is it adequately considering all alternatives, especially one specifically requested by the county, if they didn't take into account what following the NISP pipeline and a NISP schedule of construction coordination? Do they have to consider those things in order to have considered all alternatives and explained why those don't work or aren't better?
One of the things, the 1041 process is not a site selection process. When we do the evaluation of an alignment against the criteria, we do one proposal against the criteria. Part of that is a function of the time limitations that are there by statute. And those limitations are pretty strong. It takes a lot of effort to evaluate one of these, and we would not be able to evaluate more than one corridor at a time. Unfortunately, that limits the question that comes before Planning Commission and then ultimately the Board of County Commissioners to one yes or no at a time. And So it's a limitation in the process that's just there, and it's inherently part of it. We only have so many hours in a day, and you can look at the size of the Thornton team and the size of the Larimer County team, and so and they also had an unlimited amount of time to put their application together, which we did not have. So unfortunately, we didn't get to evaluate all of the alternatives to the same level of depth.
Just so I understand what you're saying, then you're saying then that it would be up to each commissioner individually to determine whether or not the testimony that they provided explains why this is the best option without specifically addressing more co-location.
It's a judgment criteria, and I evaluated the alternatives. I looked at at the way they evaluated, and they did so based on criteria that they developed that, at least in my opinion, I thought were reasonable. I read their study on the Poudre River. I thought that was pretty reasonable. I certainly could not argue against it. So for that reason, coming down to answering the question, yes or no, does this particular alignment meet the criteria? In my judgment, and the judgment of the rest of the staff that was reviewing it, it does.
So I just want to follow up on that. I think that's a good question, Commissioner King. Did they consider that, 100% co-location with NISP? And, the evidence that I recall from the packet and from the meeting this evening is that that was at least the head gate, not head gate, wrong word, but the start of the project. They looked at 4 different locations for the pump station, and which of course makes a difference on where the line goes, and because it's connected to it. And they had community meetings that demonstrated to them that that people didn't want it in the same location as NISP. And I think you made a comment which I thought was good at the time, which is, well, maybe people said they didn't think that mattered because they didn't want NISP there. But it does appear to me that they considered that, right? They indicated that it would impact more properties and more property owners and more roads to follow the NISP pipeline entirely. So we may disagree with them on whether or not that was the right conclusion to draw from that analysis, but they did present evidence that they considered it. And again, the only one in front of us, as Mr. Barnett says, is the route they have, their preferred route as they describe it.
Well, this is where I'm struggling, if you will. I think we don't have a study. We don't have data on how much more impacts there are from having, I'm guessing, half of the project not co-located.
Commissioner Slutsky, could I ask you to speak more directly into your microphone, please? Thank you.
The microphone's on mine. And so what we're left with is saying it makes sense, or what I'm left saying is it makes sense that there will be less impacts if it's totally located. It doesn't make sense that that's not the case. And so I think that I don't know how much faith I can put in my conjecture, but I'm just looking at the map and saying, well, you're going to have 2, what's the word, trenches? Instead of 1, it just seems to me that it's more is more. More work, more impacts, more ground that it's going over, and more property that it's impacting. Where am I missing something? It just, you look at the picture and I'm sorry, but it looks silly. And I understand that that the NISP project's been approved, and we can't take that back. Maybe the courts will, but this is what's in front of us. And I think that as far as, the criteria, you can pick out the criteria like Commissioner King did and make it not fit. And so I'm saying it doesn't fit.
Maybe we could ask staff's perspective on that issue. It also seems like, the NISP alignment is not yet set. So it seems like it's kind of still moving. There's maybe less certainty on timing. And I think one of my other takeaways from tonight's presentation was that it felt like that it was also seems like maybe an inferior alignment. And I know what you're saying, it came first. And so even an inferior alignment, if you co-locate, maybe it's net less impacts. I'm hearing that as well. But I'd love to hear staff's perspective on this topic.
Stephen, would you like to weigh in on this?
Can you?
I'll take a shot at an answer there and see if there's anyone else on staff that has anything to add. I think the range of alignments that Thornton evaluated would all have different impacts in different areas, and their ranking criteria was intended to look at the relative kind of weight of those different types of impacts in relation to one another. And I think you heard comment tonight that expressed a variety of perspectives about what constitutes an impact. For some, having 2 pipelines on their property might be a greater impact than having 1 pipeline on their property. For others, impacting fewer properties overall between the pipeline alignments might constitute a different type of impact. So I think there are several different ways that you could look at it, and it kind of depends on what criteria you're applying in your decision on what constitutes impact or greater impact or less impact, and whether those impacts are then properly mitigated.
That's helpful. Could you also, is NISP, is that a set alignment? Is that still available?
That alignment has been approved by Larimer County through a 1041 permit. Whether they have all of their approvals necessary to get to construction, I don't know is a settled matter yet, but Larimer County has approved a 1041 permit for that alignment.
Okay, and then has that changed over time? Because it seemed like that there were maybe differences that had evolved, and it's kind of there was a reference made to, well, this is the latest as of this date, and that gave me the impression that it's still.
Stephen Rothwell, Larimer County Engineering. I think I can help a little bit on that. So as part of the NISP 1041 process, we did approve, or the Board of County Commissioners did approve the specific alignment, but there was a condition of approval that did allow for certain variances to that alignment. If there's willing property owners, there was a list of items that were taken into consideration. If NISP meets those criteria, they were allowed to make minor deviations to the alignment prior to construction without coming back through 1041 approval or re-seeking either your approval or the Board of County Commissioners approval. To date, NISP is required to come in for a technical review of their conveyance routing to show Larimer County staff what that alignment is going to look like, whether or not it's the original or if there's are minor deviations. They have not submitted that to staff. So the information presented by the applicant that their NISP's alignment is changed is the first we are hearing about it as well.
Okay. I guess for me, I'll just say I thought it was a really thoughtful approach in terms of how they went about doing this with the the survey, the public outreach, the ranking, also taking into account kind of looking at what had been previously approved, and then also our land use code. So I think I really felt like it was a well-reasoned process, and I think we could debate all day whether, should be here or should be there. And to Rebecca's point, I think there's maybe just different interpretations on those impacts. But for me, yeah, I think that they met the standard. So.
Go ahead, Mr. Duffy.
So, some general overarching question, or not questions, definitely not questions. I'm sorry to say that. No more questions. Some comments pertaining to the packet and presentation. As a planning commissioner, I think the packet and presentation went way out of scope. What we have to decide on are the review criteria. We've been instructed to look at those, and from the moment that we got the 3,000-page packet, it went completely outside of that scope. Tonight's presentation, very well put together. Thank you. Thought it was very good. However, anything that happened in the past, water down the Poudre River, does not come into my decision making. This is a 10-mile pipeline. If we stuck to that, we wouldn't be having so much confusion in the community and here on the Planning Commission. You've done very good work, John. That's not an indictment, but as somebody who has to make a decision on it, I think affordable housing is a really important thing, not even in my wheelhouse for decision making. Whatever's going in the pipeline, wherever it starts, where it ends, that's where we've been instructed to look at. As the decision criteria pertains, looking through the packet, I'm on the fence on maybe one or two. The other ones, I've got it failing 16 of the 22. I think co-location, even before discussion tonight, was a major issue for me. We need to make sure that the residents in Larimer County, when we're putting in pipelines per the 1041, that there is an exhaustive co-location review. I don't think that's been done in this application. If it comes before us again and that criteria is satisfied, that's great. I think in general, for our community, I don't think in our decision criteria we've taken enough consideration in this application to look at agriculture. Now, I think we are going to have major issues with our agriculture industry during the time that this pipeline is put in. I just don't see how this can be put in without that. I'm not going to go point by point. It's getting late. But thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I do. With that, I will turn it over to the other commissioners.
Go ahead.
I would echo a lot of what Commissioner Duffy said about great presentation, great slides, all of that. I think I, in my questioning, made my point about water quality arguments and affordable and attainable housing, and somehow that's now the responsibility of Larimer County to provide affordable and attainable housing and clean water for the city of Thornton, and it's not. That's a responsibility for us here and not what's before us today. I think I find it disappointing that there wasn't, outside of a realtor and a developer, there wasn't any positive support for this project. Not any property owners, construction company who's going to be able to add new jobs, anything like that. And so that kind of goes to one of the criteria that's on this wonderful checklist that y'all provided, which is that the benefits in terms of physical improvements, enhanced services, or environmental impacts of the proposed project outweigh the losses of any natural resources or reduction in productivity of agricultural lands as a result of the proposed development. And I couple that with what I said about no real positive support from within Larimer County landowners, residents, and people impacted, and the disproportionate impact it has to a family farm, among other people. I think that criteria alone I find very concerning. I would like to see this have more support. I echo the co-location arguments, but I'm not going to go line by line. I'm just going to say that I struggle to see the benefits of how you've done this that not only mitigate the impact, but showing how that's going to be mitigated when I ask specific questions about easements and access and agricultural land and how long till they're restored to where they were. At best, it's property by property, but you've already indicated that it only impacts 22 properties. So I would have much rather had a 3,000-page packet that told me how you're going to mitigate that for each property that it impacts that isn't owned by Thornton. And so with that, I struggle to support this. I mean, that's one example. I just don't want to repeat some of what's already been said. So I'll leave it to my other commissioners.
So I wrestle with this more because my professional day job is to work on protecting the Poudre River and other watersheds. However, I also acknowledge that that is not part of the criteria in this application in front of us. I was not here in 2018 the first time that it came to the Planning Commission or the Board of County Commissioners. But by reading through the very large board packet, and yes, maybe not everything in there was necessary, but it did tell me a story. It told me the story that Thornton has been working pretty hard to build relationships here, to collaborate here. And I guess maybe that doesn't connect to a specific criteria, but it does make me feel like the application to me is being met. John, I thought you did a great job of the staff summary. I really appreciated the matrix that was in there that did show the way that they evaluated the different options. And to me, when I looked at the option that was selected, it did look like it had the least amount of impact. You guys did list out the number of miles in different places, the number of individual properties that are impacted through this project. And I think I would like to see condition 8 left in there but modified. I would have liked to have seen the city of Thornton adopt more of these plans as far as how they are going to be a good neighbor up here. And so I feel like that is just one touchstone that would be important to me, even if it's just stated for the properties that are along the pipeline boundary. Yeah, so I think that's my thoughts. I do appreciate the public showing up. I appreciate the individual landowners who have expressed the impacts to their properties. I think that's very important. I also really want to recognize the concerns for our watershed here locally. Larimer County is in the middle of a water master plan process where there are opportunities for public input right now. And I know that there are other municipalities that are also shopping for ag land with water in our watershed in our county. And so what are the things the conversations we can have that we can start now to protect this? Because none of us like that our water is leaving our watershed to go somewhere else. We also don't have a lot of control over that. And so how do we get ahead of that the next time that a project like this comes up? And so I just want to encourage the public to continue to engage with some of these opportunities that the county is going through. So I guess those are my thoughts, and I think I'm in support of the application with the inclusion of the criteria.
FYI, there's they mentioned it during the applicant mentioned it during their presentation, but they do an annual report for all of their I don't know how many tens of thousands of acres or whatever of farmland in Weld and Larimer, and I've sat through those meetings, those annual meetings with the Weld County Commissioners. I'd encourage the Larimer County Commissioners to take them up on that offer because it's very valuable. And I work with a lot of farmers now, and I'm just saying that not everybody likes the buy and dry, but Thornton is managing their acreages. You can find more information about that in that publicly available report every year.
Chair Choate, I'd like to kind of wrap up. I started by stating the two conditions that I would like to see, one amended and one added. But I'd like to just state on the record that I did hear the applicant mention that they have an ongoing commitment to interact positively with the residents of Larimer County. You said it here and you said it on the record, so we're going to hold you accountable to that. The technical review that will follow the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners hearings, if approved, for the 1041 application will include a detailed review of the conditions of approval, the development standards, and the criteria for approval that are listed in the county code. For members of the audience that are participating, I'd like to thank you for being present and for speaking tonight. This is a commitment on your part. The Planning Commission decision and discussion really is limited to the criteria for approval that's found in the Larimer County Code. And this is for a pipeline. It's just pipe in the ground. That's all we're here to talk about tonight. Your comments, though, were listened to. And as evident by, 2 hours of discussion this evening, your comments were listened to and were given a lot of heavy weight. And I'd like to thank you again for being here. Many of the concerns that you addressed tonight are covered in the conditions of approval, and they'll also be reviewed when that technical review application comes, should the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners approve this 1041 request. And I would like to thank staff for outlining the conditions of approval in the staff report. It made it very easy to review. It also made it very easy during the presentation to go back and forth with the development standards, the conditions of approval, and the criteria for approval, and taking a look at some of the testimony and how things were already addressed. So I do want to thank you for being organized with that. Unless there's other discussion, if you want to call it, I am going to recommend my approval.
Any other discussion or a motion?
Chair, go ahead.
I am so on the fence with this. It's just, I don't like that. I would like to give my appreciation again, from this commission to staff, and John, you did really well. This is your first try at this, I think.
It's just my training exercise.
Yeah, you might want to sharpen your pencil a little bit more. But no, I think I understood it all. It one of the reasons that I'm struggling with this is because of your work. And as I said, I look at this co-location thing, and it just, the picture in my mind just says this is silly. But I do see that that Thornton has really made the good effort. I recognize sincerity. I don't think there's any BS in what you're saying. I think you guys are really trying to make this work. You've only had 3 tries at it. It does seem like you should get it right one of these times. But the whole thing about we can't do this is real, I think, but it still bugs me. And if it was up to me, I'd say come back in a month and figure it out. I don't think it's up to me to say that. But I do appreciate what you guys did, and always the public comment really. I really I wish it was first, really, sometimes because it does give me some direction or more direction, and so I do appreciate that. I'm sorry that some people are still thinking that we can send the water down the river. That's not in our marching orders. It's not. In fact, there's every reason to believe there will be more water in the river if this was to be approved. So I'm not saying it's a win. I'm just saying that it's not quite as bad as what some people are saying. I'll be thinking about this. I guess I'm tentatively looking to approve this, although I don't like that.
I was just gonna say I really agree with the last three colleagues that have spoken. I won't kind of belabor it by repeating anything, but I do think also that the kind of the public benefits that aren't part of our criteria are really important for our community to hear. I think that I think most probably citizens and people who are viewing this and participating in this process, that appeals to them. They're not stuck on the legal criteria that we are. And I also just really appreciate you guys' effort in all those categories, both I think the packet and the materials that were included there, but also your presentation really make that clear that it's been an extensive public outreach effort, that you really have, made an investment in trying to make this project a fit for our community. And so I'll certainly be supporting this.
Chair Choate, I would like to go ahead and make a motion if that's all right with the commission.
Please do.
I move to forward a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission to the Board of County Commissioners for the Thornton Water Transmission Line and Pump Station Project, known as TWP Segment F, as found in the 1041 Permit File 23ZONE 3584. This recommendation is based on the findings and analysis of how the application adheres to the review criteria found in sections 10.9 and 10.10.4 of the Land Use Code for 1041 applications as described in the staff report. This recommendation is subject to the applicant meeting the conditions of approval as listed in the staff report to ensure adherence to these sections 10.9 and 10.10.4 of the Land Use Code and following the procedures and standards for the technical review phase. I am going to suggest that we add a condition of approval that the applicant shall provide evidence of coordination with the State Colorado Division of Dam Safety. It's kind of fun to say dam safety, and resolve the safety concerns expressed by whatever entity is associated with the Windsor Reservoir 8. At the time this condition shall be met is with the submittal of the technical review criteria, that they show evidence of reaching out. This new condition of approval is added as it is supported by the standard 1041 criteria for approval, items K, Q, and T. Then I'd also like to suggest with the same motion to amend condition of approval 8 to reflect the pipeline area only. And this amended condition of approval reflects back to criteria T in the standard 1041 regulations.
All right, I think that was pretty clear. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
All right. This is, there's been a motion by Commissioner Best Johnson and a second by Commissioner Rowe. Discussion on the motion. Or none, and I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Best Johnson?
Yes.
Slutsky?
Yes.
Barrick?
Yes.
Chalet?
No.
Duffy?
No.
Rowe,
Yes.
King,
No.
Chair Choate.
Yes. So the motion passes 5-3, and this case will be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners with our recommendation of approval. I want to thank everybody for your patience with us this evening and all of your efforts. Good presentations, good public comments, and good luck. We do have reports from staff as the next item on our agenda. Do we have any reports?
Staff does not have any additional items to report tonight.
All right, then we're at the end of our agenda. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.